Good afternoon. Welcome to the November 17th meeting of the Planning Board. We have all commissioners in the county, at least. We have 4 commissioners here today. Right now, we welcome Roberto Pinera to the board. We have Commissioner Cherie Branson and Commissioner David Hill. Vice Chair Emily Presley will join us online eventually. Commissioner Roberto, Commissioner Pinera, would you like to say something?
Sure. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning. Notice that most of the people are sitting on this half of the room. What is that? You broke the model. Yeah. Anyway, it's an honor for me to be here. And I thank the chair for the fact that I had to be away on a family emergency, but I'm really glad to be here. This is, for me, it's a joy to be on the board. I've lived in Montgomery County. I live in the Aspen Hill neighborhood area, and I've lived here for 33 years now. Grew up in Puerto Rico. Maybe some of you have gone as a tourist or maybe spent time there. It's a wonderful place. But I've made my home here with my 3 children and 2 grandchildren. And I moved into the Aspen Hill partly because I love the diversity of the area. And it's still, I live in the same house where I grew up. Well, grew up in the last 33 years, I guess. And, I worked for GAO for 25 years, retired. And at the same time, I did HOC, the Housing Opportunities Commission, on the board for a number of years. And recently, I was on the appeals board. And I know I was talking to the chair, he says, the appeal board, they change everything that the planning board does. But I'm learning. I mean, for me, this is a learning thing, being here. And of course, I want to support the staff. And I think I've heard all the great things, even when I was in grad school. Montgomery County Planning Department was like the best. We used to study all the reports coming out of here. So I think the staff who's here should be very proud of the work that you do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And you forgot to mention our 5 gold medal winning Parks
Yes.
Department, or 6?
Yes.
6, thank
6.
you.
I lost
always
track
like
of
to-
how many.
I always like to exclude one so I get corrected and I can say it again. You see,
So now it's
a
6.
tactic.
Amazing.
All right, we have item 1, which is adoption of resolutions, and I think for the first time in this board's history, we're adopting something we actually sat on. And I congratulate the legal department for drafting a resolution that has no prior tos. They use the word before, so I'm pleased with that anyhow. Do I hear a motion to adopt the resolution for preliminary plan 1987, 1906, C, rather?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. We have other preliminary matters, the first of which is a correction for a resolution for Wisteria Business Park. It's a preliminary plan number 2022-0030. This was something where we had to listen to the prior board's hearing, and all those who listened to that hearing are entitled to vote. So do I hear a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chair. Would you like to include the site plan as well, or are we doing these
Is it-
separately?
Oh, no, the site plan is with that resolution
Okay,
as well.
so I move that we accept corrected resolutions for preliminary plan 120220030 and site plan 820220086. This involves a property at Wisteria Business Park in Germantown.
And I second it.
Any discussion?
Just a comment, I would characterize these things as more detailed correction of, of the previous resolution. I didn't find any substantive change.
That's why it's a correction and not an amendment. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Now, record plats. This is where things get into the land records of the county. We have 6 record plats before us. I would entertain a motion, and it's a public hearing. We have no public speakers for this, so the hearing is closed on all of those plats. Do I hear a motion to approve the 6 plats before us? I could read a little bit of description. One is Montgomery County Industrial Park CR Zone. The other is Dubin's addition to Darnestown. Third, Darnestown Knolls. Reserve at Damascus, CRT Zone in R90. Sumner Park, and North Kensington R60 Zone. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the 6
Plats.
record plats.
Okay.
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. Those plats are approved. I'm sure I'll get to sign them as soon as we have a break. Okay. We're ready to go to item 3, which is regulatory extension requests. I'd like to split these to the first 2, Kensington Station and Sandy Spring Meadows first. Again, this is at the recommendation of staff to extend this. We have no speakers at this public hearing for either. Okay. Oh, excuse me.
I'd like to speak for the Kingsley Station. Is that the one you're thinking?
First one.
Excuse me?
Did you say you're thinking Kingsley Station?
Yes.
I'd like to speak for Kingsley Station.
She's with the applicant team.
Oh, okay. If you'd like to speak, otherwise we'll approve it.
I think they're,
Okay. How did I not see
For the
that?
record, Elizabeth Rogers with Clerk Early. Nice to see everyone. I think there was some discrepancy between the request we had submitted in the with our application for 6 months for Kingsview Station versus staff's recommendation. And I did want to provide some comments as to why we were requesting 6 months instead of staff's recommended 3 months, if that's appropriate this time.
You're free to say what you wish.
Thank you. I know joining online is Dan Fryer with Pleasance Development on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate the opportunity to be here before the board to discuss these extension requests. This is a somewhat unique project in that there's a lot of external coordination that's required just given the uniqueness of the project. The project is basically bifurcated by Liberty Mill Road, which was previously Old 118 before the state relocated it in the 1980s. So with that comes extra layers. There's utilities that were left by the state, which the applicant has had significant coordination with Verizon and Pepco and Park and Planning on evaluating all different options for what we could or could not do with those utilities. We also have to go through both abandonment and disposition for portions of the Liberty Mill right-of-way that fall outside of the new relocation that DOT requested in connection with the rezoning at the local map amendment stage, which we're still working through those applications with DOT, even though they were submitted almost 2 years ago, because there's just a lot to them. In addition to that, there's also significant frontage improvements that the applicant's been asked to consider, and there are challenges with that. It's both a state road, so we need to work with SHA to see what they will allow. And then on our side of the frontage improvements, there's significant environmental constraints. We've got a lot of wetlands controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers that we can't impact. And so there's just a lot of coordination involved, and that's truthfully why this project has gone on for as long as it has, because there's just been so many details we're having to work through. That's in addition to the internal coordination that we need to undertake. It's a joint venture with multiple families. So that just adds to the complexity anytime these new issues it comes up and decision points, we've got to go to all those families to get kind of buy-in to move the project forward. We agree with staff sentiment. We do want to bring the project to the board for a decision as soon as possible. We just want to make sure we have the time to do that without having to come back for another extension request. And with the holidays coming up, the February 23rd deadline that staff has requested would actually only give us functionally 3 weeks before the pencils down 65-day deadline that the applicant has, and we're just concerned with the holidays, that's not enough time. So we would still respectfully request the 6-month extension.
Thank you. Commissioner Sherry Branson.
You can, that sounds cute. You can call me Commissioner Cherie. It has a nice ring to it. I don't know. CC, I mean, you know. So here's the thing. I'm reading in the background material, and it indicates that that you all have not communicated with staff since August. And so, you know, I'm a little, you know, I understand the complexities that you're laying out. I also understand that if there's not been communication to, you know, provide periodic updates, then there's really not a rational way to determine whether you are moving forward. So, you know, I would be inclined to, can we hear from staff about that, please?
We can as soon as we are done with the questions you have for the applicant.
That's it.
Okay. Can we hear from staff? Would you like to respond?
I was just going to respond to that too, is just to say I appreciate that, Commissioner. One of the requests that we were asked to kind of look at was based on that August meeting, was coordinating with State Highway about eliminating a full lane along MD 118 Germantown Road in order to accommodate expanded pedestrian improvements. So it did require significant internal coordination in terms of designing that. We need to kind of reach out to state, and also significant additional costs that we had to go back to the joint venture to see if the project truthfully could bear those costs to move forward. So it was a big request that came out of that meeting that we've been grappling with internally.
Okay, can we hear from staff on this?
Ryan Sigurth with the Gup County Planning Team. I'm the lead reviewer and coordinator on the project. I wouldn't dispute anything that Mrs. Rogers said. It is a complex project. We did meet in August to go over frontage improvements on 3 frontages related to the growth and infrastructure policy and the proportionality guidelines. And we are waiting on that documentation to look at those estimates and funnel them back through the state highway and functional planning. And I think the main reason that we requested 3 months rather than the applicant's 6 is that, to your point, we hadn't had a communication with the applicant since August, and we're more concerned about keeping this project moving forward in some way. And we felt like 3 months was comfortable enough, but not comfortable enough for them to keep moving forward. But at the same time, 6 months does provide some extra breathing room to kind of deal with the additional issues. I did want to add that there's also an existing overhead power line that bisects this project that we've been working on trying to get undergrounded, which has meant coordination with utility companies, and that takes a while. So it's a complex project, and that's why it's been in this office for quite a while. But I think, as I said, staff wants to keep moving forward rather than sit still, and that's why we recommended 3 months rather than 6. That said, if the board has a different direction, I don't think we're really, we don't have an issue with 6 months.
Commissioner Hill?
Other than the general regulatory timeframe deadline sort of, gets things moving, can you identify any hardship to the public if the longer timeframe is granted?
No, the property is currently vacant. It's an undeveloped piece of property with significant environmental features on it, and the Liberty Mill just basically dead ends in the middle of the property right now. So no, other than, you're keeping some amount of housing out of the stock that could be available down the road and delaying that, I don't see any hardship.
What would happen if we keep the 3 month and then at the end of the 3 months, they come by and say, we need another 3 months.
Sure.
Do we need to have another hearing or another discussion? Or is
Yes,
that
so-
something that we can delegate to you for you to make that decision based on how much they have accomplished during those first 3 months?
The date you set today would be the hard date that the application would still remain valid. And in order to extend that, then we would have to come back to this board to ask for more time. Whether, I don't know what that time frame would be, but we'd have to ask for more time. And the 3-month extension is a little misleading in the sense that from the time that we have approvable plans from the applicant, we've reviewed those plans and they're approvable, the internal process is roughly 65 days to gain letters from county agencies and then write the staff report, run it through our peer review process, and then post it within the required noticing time. So 3 months, of that 3-month extension, 65 days are kind of taken out of that for the internal process just to get a staff report, from approved plans to this body. So that leaves the applicant with roughly a month and a half to actually put together plans and submit them.
Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, I think I heard you say this, but just to get it clearly, do you agree with the applicant's assertion that this is atypical complexity for this site?
It is unusual to have 3 frontages for one property and then also a new public road bisecting the project. It's unusual to have a large overhead power line that's going to be put in front of townhouses that you're trying to work with to get undergrounded. There's a wetland component, the frontage improvements that we're trying to work through. Some of the options looked at affecting those wetlands, which would then trigger federal permits for wetland. There's a lot of, tentacles to this.
I take it your answer is yes.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, I've dealt with other complex, it's not uncommon, but this is more than what you typically see, yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, I'm going to suggest that we stay with the 6 months. However, with the condition that every month the applicant has to update in writing so that the board can, so that the planning department can figure out where you're going, what you're doing. I mean, excuse me, it seems to me that the goal of the 3-month deadline is to make sure this keeps moving. So it sounds to me like with everything you got going on, there's a whole lot of mountains that are going to have to be moved.
Yes, and I would say that if we don't see some significant move forward by the first part of the year, February, we're going to know that timeline, even at 6 months, is kind of already lost.
Right, and so a written update would provide you something something objective, upon which to gauge that determination.
Correct.
Except that, excuse me, I'm not sure I would know the consequences of not going forward. Is it a variable deadline based on not going forward? And I'm not sure of our authority. Mr. Mills, do you think we could condition an extension on continued communication?
Yes, sir. I believe that this is an approval like any other, and you can reasonably condition it as you see fit.
Yeah, for the record, Patrick Butler, Up County Division Chief. I would recommend, if you're inclined to give the extra time, to grant the extra time, and that the applicant and staff will commit to meeting early next week to get this project back on track, hopefully deliver it ahead of the 6-month schedule. But I don't want to presuppose your approval, but if you're inclined to give more time, whatever time that is, that we'll meet next week and hopefully get things moving and back on track.
And I would just add, if you choose to go with the 6-month, the applicant requested the staff report lays it out, but I do want to make sure that would put a new hearing at no later than May 19th, 2023, would be what you'd want to, basically your motion to include.
Do I hear a motion one way or the other?
Yeah, I move that we allow the applicant 6 months on the condition that, on a monthly basis, they update in writing their progress to the planning department.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a question. Do you mean after the 3 months or every month
Every
from
month.
now on? Okay.
Every month.
Okay. I second it. Or
Oh,
you,
it
you
was
second it.
Second, just a
That's
discussion
fine.
point.
Amy is trying to say
It seems we're inclined to approve. I'm a little concerned about the monthly basis, making just sort of churning. Would you consider an amendment to that motion to say, report at 3 months, which would have been the time frame that they started with, and we're halfway through that time?
Well, I think the point of the month-to-month exercise is to assure that they are actually moving. They're actually doing something, you know, and it sounds to me that that is the basis of the suggestion for the 3-month period. So if we don't let them report for 3 months, then I'm not sure we've actually spurred the movement that the department is seeking.
Okay, you're the seconder,
I
so.
know, it stands, but that's okay.
Okay, no further discussion. I think I see Commissioner Priestley online. Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to,
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I've heard Commissioner Branson's motion, and I am familiar with the record, and I have to agree with her on this point about the month-to-month. It is not difficult to give a brief update. So I don't think that's unreasonable to expect communication, every month, and I think that will help to achieve the goal. And I just wanted to make sure, even though I've come in late, I've heard this discussion, and I have read the record. I want to make sure that I'm able to vote on this matter.
You are. It's an extension. It's novel to us.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So if you're looking for a second to Ms. Branson's original motion, I would second that.
It's
I'll call the
already been
question.
seconded. We're
Oh.
on for,
Okay.
that. I think that ends our discussion. All those in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
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 The ayes have it. You're extended for 6 months with some writing. Okay. All right. Now that we've bifurcated all of these, the next one is Sandy Spring Meadows preliminary plan amendment. Do I hear a motion to approve the extension recommended by staff?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask questions of staff.
On Sandy Spring? I thought you had the other one.
Yes, I'm looking at the Bradley Farms. I'm sorry, I'm confused about which item.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Sandy Spring Meadow, the
Extension.
regulatory extension request.
All those in favor? Oh, second, please. Do I have
Second.
it? Thank you. Any discussion? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, ayes have it. 5 members. This is exciting to have 5 members. All right. All right, now we're on Bradley Farms subdivision plan, regulatory extension number 3. The staff recommends going forward with the extension. Commissioner Hill would like to say something or ask something.
Yes, I just, first of all, like to know if there's any further explanation for the extension. We've got a very vague, 8-word sentence here from the applicant as to why, which is, to me, a little bit devoid of substance. Is there anything else that the applicant has submitted?
Again, Ryan Sigger with the Up County team. The applicant did not submit any additional information as part of the extension request, nor do we require that. The extension form is the one page that's required. Some applicants submit more. This project was moving forward pretty steadily until about 6 months ago, and then some frontage improvements became an issue, and the applicant hired legal counsel, and then that took a while to come online and get it caught up to speed. And we actually met on this project yesterday. So it is moving forward, and I'll let the applicant discuss any further information you'd like to hear, but no, there was no additional information.
Okay, and I note that, or I'll ask you it as a question, is there really anything that staff was waiting on I'm sorry, the applicant was waiting on staff to provide to be moving forward, noting that would be the third time extension for this project.
No, we, I'm referring to my notes here, we submitted back to them in E-plans in June. And then back in, it looks like October, we sent them comments, and then the frontage improvement issue came up in June, and we met with them. They sent an email in October, we responded in October, and then we've been following up with meetings since then.
Okay. And
So-
that June timeframe was at sort of the end of the first extension, and the second extension was moving forward at the same timeframe that they
Correct.
were allowed, right?
Yeah, the DRC was in November of 2021, and then we've been through, including the DRC cycle, we've been through 3 review cycles since then, and then the frontage improvement issue came up, and now we've been, at this point, we're waiting on approvable plans from the applicant so we can actually write the staff report memo and process it.
Okay, thank you.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we accept the Bradley Farms Administrative Subdivision Plan and give them the regulatory extension request.
A second.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I
We
did
got
want
it.
to note the applicant requested 1-month extension, and that isn't enough for the 65 days we
Right.
need to process, so we were recommending 3 months for the
Right.
same, just the internal
Yeah,
processing.
1 month doesn't work. You can't,
Yes, correct.
can't do
Thank
anything. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Chair, I vote nay.
Okay,
On the presumption that this is a result of lack of action by the applicant.
I would have asked that for after the ayes, but okay. Well, we have 1 nay in that. All right, so that is approved. We are on to item 4, if we're ready or not. We are ready. We can go forward with item 4, which is the approval of FY '24 operating budgets, including enterprise, SRF, ISF, planning, CAS. Are there enough initials here? Commissioner's Office and Parks. Who on staff is coming up for this, or are we seeing this on Zoom?
This is a different Teams call, Chair.
Okay. Welcome back to the November 17th Planning Board meeting. We are on item 4, the approval of FY '24 operating budgets. I think Mr. Cole is going to take us through this first, if that's correct. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
That's correct. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Zients and Commissioners. Just a couple of introductory remarks, if I might. Since the budget presentations last week, very little has changed. Some memos have been updated to reflect pension increases that were referenced last week, and you also heard the pension valuation presented at the Commission meeting yesterday. And if it's okay with you, we'll ask for approval of all departments' proposed budgets at the close of the presentations. First up is the Commissioner's office. And I don't know whether you or Karen Warnick will be presenting that.
I am going to be presenting it. It's my budget. This is essentially a budget that adds one position for social media and publications and tries to relieve the burdens I've been putting on mostly the planning staff, but also parks. It was recommended by staff to me, and I can see the need for it immediately. So there's one new staff position. It also, of interest to commissioners, has an additional $10,000 for training, which I think is important for the permanent board members. We have a little bit of money, $7,000 for a seasonal intern. As I've stated before, I have a soft spot in my heart for interns, having been one and made it this far. Who knows where I'll go next? But it's a terrific opportunity for somebody to get some background in the commission. The budget numbers you see are slightly changed to reflect the budget adjustments made to FY23, and that was principally due to knowing what the salary adjustments were once it went through. And with that, I'll ultimately seek your approval when John makes his motion to approve everybody else.
Thank you, Chair. Next up is Planning Department.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Karen Warnick. I'm the Management Services Chief for the Planning Department. As John has said, we're here today seeking your approval for the FY24 Planning Department budget funding and staffing levels. This is our second work session with the board following last week's work session where we discussed our proposed new projects, new initiatives, base budget, and requests, including our major known commitments. I'm not going to go back through any of those unless you have any follow-up questions. The Planning Board's FY24 proposed budget is $25,462,915, which is an increase of $1,778,514, or a 7.52% increase over the FY23 budget. There are two charts in Section 3, the attachments, that show our budget request in two different forms. Attachment A is the budget summary chart with new initiatives that you saw last week, and also Attachment B, which breaks out the expenditures by division. And our budget is approved by division. At this time, we're also seeking approval for our lapse and staffing levels, our revenue estimates, and our special revenue funds. For FY24, the department plans to maintain an approximate 5.4% lapse rate, and our current FY23 staffing level is 151 positions, including one frozen unfunded position. As presented last week, we are requesting to fund that position and that work year, and then have 4 additional positions, 3 full-time and 1 part-time in our FY24 budget request. With these new positions would bring our staffing level to 155 positions, including 152 full-time career and 3 part-time career positions. And there's a chart from the positions of work years broken out by division in Section 3, chart attachment C. While the majority of the department's budget is tax supported through the administration fund, there are also some revenues that are received through for charges for services, fees for materials, and established special revenue funds, or SRF. You'll see that abbreviation sometimes. The department anticipates receiving $211,000 from service charges and other programs fees in FY24. We also anticipate receiving an appropriation from the Revenue in revenue from the Water Quality Protection Fund to offset costs that will be incurred in FY '24 to provide specific activities consistent with the intent of the Water Quality Protection Fund, such as compliance with the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requirements. For FY '24, the department is requesting an increase of $21,405, or a 5% increase, for an overall appropriation from the Water Quality Protection Fund of $449,505. This increase is to cover the cost for the FY '23 compensation increase, which were not included in the FY '23 budget request due to the uncertainty of the compensation request being approved. Also today, we are requesting approval for our special revenue fund budgets, which can be seen on pages 4 and 5. Special revenue funds account for the proceeds from specific revenue sources restricted for designated purposes. The special revenue fund summary is comprised of several different individual funds within the Parks and Planning departments. Each special revenue fund budget includes revenues, expenditures, and fund balances. The balances are shown separately from the tax-supported funds to avoid confusing the resources of one fund type with another. The largest or most notable special revenue fund is the Development Review Special Revenue Fund. This accounts for fees generated by the submission of the development applications and covers salaries for staff reviewing the applications plus other support staff. This fund can be very volatile in that we don't know which development application fees will come in any given year. The FY '23 budget includes a $500,000 transfer from the administration fund to the special revenue fund in recognition that the revenues collected may not cover the costs of our review efforts. This transfer is already included in the FY '23 budget, and we're asking for it to continue in the FY '24 budget. Details on all the special revenue funds can be found in attachment D in this memo, section 3. And then also in attachment E is the master plan and master projects schedule that you saw last week. I'd be happy to provide any additional information on any of these topics, and if you have no other questions, this concludes my presentation.
And, Commissioner Panero,
Yeah.
please.
I mean, just general question. What percentage of the budget of the planning department comes from special revenues versus appropriations? A ballpark. You don't have to give me a specific number, just a percentage so that I have an idea of.
So the revenues for the special revenue fund generally come in between $2.5 and $4 million,
Okay.
varying throughout the years.
So out of 73 million?
25 million is what
Oh,
we're
out
requesting.
of 25 million, okay.
So we're
I see.
requesting 25 million, and then
Yeah.
an additional is the special revenue fund.
And I've heard through the grapevine that you have a vacancy rate of about 10% right
Roughly.
now in the planning. Do you find that the addition of 5 new members, 5 new staff is enough? Or you're just trying to do something gradually over the years, or?
I can speak to that question. We discussed this during last week's budget discussion.
Okay.
This is Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. So I definitely encourage you to watch the video.
Okay,
But
I
in
will.
short, the 5 positions that we are requesting, one of them is a position that we have but is unfunded. The other 4 are new positions, and they reflect work that we are already doing, but we are paying term contract employees or a
Oh,
contractor
I see.
to do.
Okay, so you want to bring them on board,
Yes.
some of them. Okay.
And-
Those are
and-
my 2 questions. Thank you.
And you have ongoing efforts to fill the other vacancies?
We absolutely do.
In this year alone, we've already filled 11 positions, starting from July 1. So we've been actively filling, and I think we have 4 more that we are about to fill. Very close, that we're very close to filling, making an
Yeah.
offer.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
No, I don't have a question. I just want to reiterate the concerns I expressed last week about, there being an equity officer in the future. I don't really, I know the belief is that equity is everybody's job, and, I've just lived long enough to know that when something's everybody's job, it's really nobody's job. And the way you make sure that that something becomes important is that you make sure it's one person's responsibility. So I just want to reiterate that. I'm going to, go along with this budget and everything, but I can't I cannot sit here and pretend like it's not important. It is important. It has a bearing on everything you do. And I would hope that, that you all could consider it.
Can I just add briefly in response to that? So as I noted last week, it is it's not just a nice to have, it is an expectation for all planners, not just in our department, but nationally in our profession, to be grounded in making sure that they are actually implementing equitable planning. And I would note that we do have several accountability mechanisms within our department and within the commission and within the county to make sure that we're all collectively doing that work. The first is that the county's racial equity and social justice law requires the planning board to consider equity as part of its review of master plans. So that means when we submit our working draft plans to the board, we have to have already have considered that and made that a part of our work, because then the board itself will have to do that review. And so we have to demonstrate in our work that we have done that. The second is that, as I noted last week, our department has an equity and planning action agenda. We developed a number of tools that we have actually applied to some of our plans. And we also demonstrate a lot of that work through equitable engagement, around which we have data to reflect how we've been doing that. So I definitely understand your recommendation, and would just like to say that our department is fully committed to equitable planning, but that from my perspective as an acting planning director, one position to do that would not be sufficient for all those reasons that I just noted.
I would like to support what Commissioner Branson is saying, in the sense that you may want to consider having an outreach coordinator, someone who coordinates within the planning department how you approach diverse communities, people who, for whatever reason, are not participating in the planning process. It's very important to find a way to include them and to make recommendations to you and to the board of how we can deal with that. So I just want to, I think that equity position or outreach, whatever you want to call it, it's very important.
Yes, we're very much in agreement that equitable outreach is fundamental. It's not even a question for us. And as I noted during my presentation, my planning director's report last week, when I presented about our equity and planning agenda, we already are doing that type of work, and we have to do that master plan by master plan, project by project. So again, this is why, from our perspective, having one person being responsible for that frankly won't be effective, because multiple people in our department have to do that work. We also have a number of strategies that we are pulling together as part of an equitable engagement guide for our staff, learning from a lot of the work that we've already done, again, that I discussed last week with some examples. And then additionally, as part of our equity and planning agenda for our department, we created an equity peer review group, which is an internal committee of multiple staff from multiple divisions with multiple expertise areas in terms of planners, but they're also diverse in terms of racial and ethnic backgrounds. And part of their job is for each of the master plan project managers to meet with them at multiple iterations during a master plan project to talk about how we're going to do engagement with a particular community. So we have internal mechanisms in order to check that or to provide some accountability and to advise on that as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready to move on to the parks budget, I think.
Yeah.
And again, for the board's perspective, we were just dealing with a $25 million broad budget, and now we're dealing with over $180 million. It's a slight difference in scale here. Mr. Riley?
I just want to welcome our new commissioner on behalf of the Parks Department. Commissioner Pinheiro, welcome. I look forward to working with you and getting to know you, and hopefully you'll learn a little bit about us this morning through this budget presentation.
Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it over to Nancy Steen, our budget manager, to walk you through the issues.
Right. Good afternoon. For the record, Nancy Steen, Budget Manager for the Montgomery County Department of Parks. And we are here today seeking your approval for the expenditure funding levels for the Department of Parks FY24 proposed budgets for the Park Fund, the Enterprise Fund, Property Management Fund, and the Special Revenue Funds, as well as for the estimated Park Fund revenue collected by the department. And that's excluding the property tax, which the revenue of that is collected by the county. At this point, I will quickly summarize and review the key items from our memo that are pertinent for today's discussion. I'll start with the Park Fund first. Further detail on the Park Fund is included in the memo on pages 4 through 9. Since our department provided detail on our request at the Planning Board session last week, I'm not going to repeat that information, and it is in the memo. The only changes from the detail that were provided to you in the last session are some minor changes to the chargeback totals, and those items that were finalized after that memo was submitted. So the total operating increase for FY24 for the Park Fund is now at $5,359,905, which is a 4.6% increase over the FY23 adopted budget total. When we add in the funding for the non-departmental cost, which includes the compensation markers and the OPEB, our total Park Fund FY24 budget request reflects a 7.9% increase of just over $9.8 million. The table on pages 7 through 9 of the memo shows the detail of the totals by division for the FY23 adopted budget, or in this case, the adjusted adopted budget, and for the FY24 proposed budget for the Park Fund. As a reminder, when you're looking at the divisional totals, the funding for the compensation markers is included in the non-departmental total rather than the divisional totals. At this point, I'm going to move on to the Park Fund revenue. The FY24 Park Fund operating revenue is projected to be $8,258,139. This total is $626,621 higher than the FY23 adopted budget. This increase is mainly due to higher projected revenue from permit fees and also from rental revenue that we receive from the park activity buildings. That total also reflects the proposed increase in our governmental revenue of $241,183 from the Water Quality Protection Fund. Page 10 of the memo provides further detail about the changes, and then the chart at the top of page 11 shows the FY24 proposed operating revenues by category for the Park Fund. Moving on, we have the Enterprise Fund, and the detail on the Enterprise Fund proposed budget is found on pages 12 through 14 of the memo. The Enterprise Fund proposed FY24 operating budget totals $12,559,152 in revenues and $10,833,205 in expenditures, with a net profit of $1,725,947. The revenue increase of $15,466 is mainly due to increased rental revenues. The enterprise proposed expenditures are $220,127 higher than the FY23 total, and that total difference is primarily due to increased compensation costs for staff. The Enterprise Fund FY24 budget request includes the addition of a position for the Little Bennett Campground. This position will manage and oversee the pool operations, special events, and maintenance of the amenities and grounds at the campground. The table on page 14 shows the FY24 proposed revenues and expenditures by category for the Enterprise Fund, along with the current estimate for FY23. Next, we have the Property Management Fund.
Before Nancy continues, I just wanted to make a broad statement about the Enterprise Fund, that it is totally supported by user fees. It's a non-tax supported revenue, and it pays for its own staff. It pays for its own improvements, maintenance. And I do want to commend Christy Turnbull. Raise your hand, Christy. She's in the audience. She manages our enterprise division and the fund. And obviously during the pandemic, revenue funds like this suffered greatly. Revenue went down, visitation went down. But she proactively managed the fund to reduce expenses commensurate with lost revenue, and the fund is coming out of the pandemic healthy, with a healthy fund balance, and use is back to pre-pandemic levels and increasing. So I just need to give her a shout out for very proactively managing this fund that provides facilities like ice rinks and tennis bubbles and carousels and trains at no cost to the taxpayers in Montgomery County.
If I may, Director, I believe your budget does not assume increases in permit fees or any other fees. Is that correct?
We're not proposing any new fees at this point in time. We had put in some fee increases last year. Some of those were phased in over time. Some of them happened initially, and then some of them were phased in. You know, in some cases, especially not only enterprise, but in the world where we have the permits, we obviously have to give our clientele an opportunity to plan for those fee increases as well. But in terms of going forward for this next budget, we are not proposing any additional fee increases.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill, did you have anything?
I just wanted to speak from the dais that I think that was a great enterprise management fund management opportunity situation.
Sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
Next, we're going to talk about the Property Management Fund. The detail on the Property Management Fund can be found on pages 15 through 16 of the memo. The FY24 budget request for revenue is $1,557,600, and the expenditure request is for $1,757,600, an increase of 1.1% over the FY23 budget. The revenue decrease is due to projected loss of rental revenue from several large buildings that were acquired and operated as rentals for an interim period, and then also from a decrease in the non-employee house rentals. The expenditure budget includes the use of $200,000 of available fund balance to fund demolition costs for several properties that are being removed from our portfolio rather than undergoing extensive repairs. The table on page 16 of the memo shows the details of the FY24 proposed revenues and expenditures for the Property Management Fund. And lastly, we're moving on to the Special Revenue Fund. The detail for the Special Revenue Funds can be found on pages 17 through 20 of the memo. The revenue for the Special Revenue Funds for FY24 proposed budget is $3,176,263, while expenditures total $3,598,590. Even with the use of over $400,000 of fund balance, the remaining fund balance for these funds is still projected to be in excess of $560,000. A summary description of each of the special revenue funds is provided on pages 18 through 19 for your reference. And then the table on page 20 shows the consolidated FY24 proposed revenues and expenditures for the entire fund. And this concludes the presentation of the proposed budget totals for each of our department's funds. Unless you have any additional questions, we'll wrap it up.
No, just one question about the Property Management Fund.
Okay.
The facilities that you are going to raise, could you just say for the record what they are?
Bring up Michelle.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring up Michelle Grace, who is the manager for that group. She can provide more detail.
Good afternoon, Michelle Grace. I'm Assistant Chief in Facilities Management and also the Park Property Manager. Can you restate your question just so I have it correct?
I believe the presentation was that there were either 4 or 6 properties that were going to be raised because repairing them was not feasible. So I'm curious as to which properties those are.
I don't have a specific list in the report, but yeah, we actually, it's a combination of some large buildings that were acquired in the recent years to put in place urban parks. I think most people are familiar with the South Silver Spring Urban Park that we are currently planning. There was a National Tire and Battery Warehouse, large building, it was like 20,000 square foot. We've got a significant amount of rent while they were occupied, but they're gone now, and we're working on the development of the park. So that's a significant reduction in the revenue going into FY24. And there is also a handful of houses that have been either acquired and immediately identified for demolition or have become more costly to maintain. And our practice 650 provides that when the cost becomes significant, that we raise the structure versus putting money into something that we can't pay for. So does that answer your question?
Sort of. No, I understand the philosophy. I mean, sometimes you gotta tear it down. Oh, sorry. I understand the philosophy. Sometimes you gotta tear it down. I get that. I just didn't see the names of the specific properties. And that's what I would like to know. So
Yeah.
if you all can provide that, that'll be helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just something that we wouldn't put in this summary
No,
document.
I
but
get
yeah,
it.
I can let you know what they are.
All right, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Question, do any of these houses or is there any potential to use any of those houses for affordable housing or for low-income housing? Or can you start, I mean, even if you don't have an answer right now, can you look into that and see whether you could work with the housing agency to identify which houses could be restored and used for affordable housing?
So I'll just answer the general philosophy of the Parks Department being in the housing business is sometimes when we acquire land, particularly larger tracts, there will be a home on it and that will have some useful life left in it.
Mhm.
And if that's the case and we don't have immediate plans to improve the park, we will rent it, and we may rent it for decades. There's two reasons why we would tear the house down. One would be we have plans to develop the park into something where the house is.
Yeah.
And we will remove the house, or the house, as Michelle said, reaches the point where the cost of keeping it operational exceeds really any reasonable investment in it. We do work, we have not, engaged with HOC or anyone about this idea of them taking these houses at that point in time.
It could be used for temporary housing.
We
It
could
doesn't
have those
necessarily have to transfer.
conversations,
Yeah.
But we do work with housing agencies on various things. There's a property right up the street here on Georgia Avenue that we bought specifically to swap with, it's not HOC,
It could be
I'm drawing a blank.
DHCA.
Housing partnership?
DHCA.
Okay, DHCA, yes.
We get a better land for a park, they get a better land for housing and
Yeah.
don't have to displace residents. But, so we are engaged, but generally that has been our philosophy.
Okay,
with
just
these
keep it in
houses.
mind and
We will.
if there's any opportunities.
And I think, what is our inventory today, Michelle, about 40 or something?
We have about 38, and we do have a really good mix of inventory where some of these houses really are truly affordable. And they are offered to the public. They're also offered to employees, but where employees are not interested, we have, offered them through the public channel.
Okay, thank you.
So you can provide us that list by when?
Tonight.
Thank you.
And there'll be a test on it later on.
And you better pass.
All right, thank you. We're ready for our next presentation. I think it's the CAS budgets.
Yes, Commissioners. The Bi-County Departments, affectionately known as CAS, aside from the inclusion of the internal service funds, which will definitely be presented here, there are no substantive changes in the Bi-County Departments as presented last week. Therefore, I have a question of you all. Do you wish to have DHRM, Finance, Legal, Inspector General, and CIO present their otherwise unchanged proposed budgets?
I see no takers on that, as interesting as these budgets are. And certainly I've had all my questions answered in the process. So seeing no, the answer is no to your question, Mr. Kroll.
Thank you. We do have respect for your time. So we'll begin then with the internal service funds, and on your memo that begins on circle page 19, and Brian Coburn will present the first, Katie Canalpi will present the next two, and I'll end with the last two.
Great, thank you, John. Good afternoon, Chair Zients and Commissioners. For the record, I am Brian Coburn, Corporate Administrative Services and Performance Management Chief with the Department of Human Resources and Management. Try to say that 10 times fast. Today, we are requesting approval for the fiscal year 24 proposed Executive Office Building budget, or the EOB budget, which I think John had mentioned is an internal service fund. So for just some very quick background, the EOB fund accounts for expenses related to housing our bi-county operations. That would be finance, legal, Department of Human Resources and Management, Office of Inspector General, Office of the Chief Information Officer, Merit System Board, as well as the Commission's Employee Retirement System. And I just want to just quickly mention there are two bi-county divisions that are offsite. That's recruitment and selection. They're located at some lease space over in Walker Drive in Greenbelt, and our commission-wide archives, which is in at Saddlebrook over in Wheaton, just up the road from you all. So for fiscal year 24, the proposed budget we are looking at includes a 3.4% increase of $53,864. And we are not proposing any new initiatives or staffing changes for this budget. So that just wraps it up. Thank you so much. Happy to take any questions.
Seeing none, continue.
That'll move us on to circle page 22 for the risk management and the group health insurance internal service funds with Katie Canopy.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Canopy, Deputy Corporate Budget Director. The risk management budget request begins on page 22. The first page describes the functions of the division and the priorities for FY24. Following that, on the next page is an explanation of the different components of the budget, along with a chart showing the total proposed budget for each county. Fluctuations in the overall budget are largely driven by the quantity, severity, and complexity of workers' compensation claims. Proposed budget figures are based on actual payments and projected expenses for open claims and an actuarial estimate for claims incurred but not yet reported. Montgomery's claims experience is similar to last year, so the budget remains flat with a slight increase of 0.1% for Montgomery operations. Details for an occupational safety and health specialist position request can be found on page 24, and this request totals $142,000 or $71,000 to each county. A summary of the total proposed risk management budget for Montgomery County operations is on page 25. The next budget is the commission-wide group insurance fund on pages 27 and 28. This budget accounts for the costs related to providing health insurance benefits to active and retired employees, and this fund is proposed at $79 million, which is a 12.5% increase over FY23. I'm happy to take any questions for either of those.
Your light is on, though. We have no questions.
All right.
Thank you. Turning now to page 20, circle page 29, we have the Montgomery County Capital Equipment Internal Service Fund. For your information, the capital we have one on each side of the commission. The Capital Equipment Internal Service Funds allow an economical method of handling large equipment purchases. The fund spreads the cost of an asset over its useful life. Each year's payment toward that useful life is included in the department's operating budgets. For fiscal year 24, we propose new purchases of about $2.8 million for the Montgomery County Department of Parks, consisting of $177,000 for informational technology upgrades, $39,000 for a vehicle for a new position associated with operating budget impact for the 24 budget, and $1.7 million for replacement of older vehicles and equipment that have exceeded their useful life cycle. Also, the Special Revenue Fund, the Montgomery County Public Schools Ball Fields Special Revenue Fund, is also included $932,000 for vehicles and equipment associated with program enhancement for the athletic field team personnel expansion and contract reduction initiative. And the debt service for that, internal debt service for that, is included in that Special Revenue Fund that was before you earlier. If there are no questions on that fund.
I have one, which is
Yes,
whether we are providing for the electrification of the vehicle fleet and whether we have the infrastructure to do that and are going to fund it this time or in the future.
I need to refer that question to the Parks Department.
So on the electric infrastructure, we're on a multi-year crusade to upgrade the infrastructure. In our budget, we have had past budget initiatives. And some of the, there is money in the budget this year, I believe, particularly related to our urban parks maintenance crew to continue to trend towards electric equipment. I know that right now, our maintenance people are really adjusting to the blowers, the electric leaf blowers, and very healthy, spirited discussions about whether they're as powerful, how frequently you have to charge the battery, how you have extra batteries with you. So we're well on our way.
Thank you. Just checking in. Mr. Kroll? Oh, I'm sorry.
Otherwise, the last.
Let me ask a question, a general question again. I mean, given that I don't know enough about the parks. In terms of most of this special equipment or building funds or enterprise funds, do you have a procurement policy, and do you follow, most of your procurement is done through competitive bids, or do you sometimes do sole source? What is your general policy in terms of acquiring equipment or big ticket items?
So Central Administrative Services in the Finance Department does have a procurement officer, and CAS sets commission-wide by county policy for procurement. And by and large, it is competitive bidding, RFPs, IFBs. We do ride contracts that other agencies that have been competitively bid, so it is a mix. Sole source procurements are allowed, but they're fairly rare and only in very particular situations that you can justify. But by and large, it is competitive.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I would just like to indicate that I asked that question in writing and not in the discussion. And just FYI, my question was whether what the goal was, what the numbers were for procurement percentages for minority and women-owned businesses. And I cannot recall right now, but it's somewhere between 13 and 15%. The county does about 25%, and the state goal is like 29%. So any way you cut it, this entity is pretty woefully behind. So I'm happy to share that email with you.
I think if you looked at their actual performance, they're way ahead of 13%, but
No, those are not the numbers they gave me. I'll be happy to send you the email. I mean, I asked, I got the numbers. I'll be happy to share them.
Okay. Anything else?
We have a hands up from the executive director.
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't see it. All I see is a hand in 14 plus. Go ahead, please, Asante.
Yeah, hi there. I wanted to just add something to Commissioner Branson's comments. We are currently right now going through a disparity study, and we are coordinating and doing that study with the state through MDOT, which is the entity that handles their MBE program. We have to have a current disparity study in place so that we can set our goals. And so we're hoping to get that shortly. Legislation had passed in 2019 that enabled us to set that program and set those new goals. And of course, I'm sure you're very aware that we have to have those goals to be able to thwart any kind of legal challenges that come our way in putting together this type of a program. In addition to that program, we also have another the same legislation enabled us to create a small local business program, and we have a consultant who is working on that right now. And that program should have its goals, and we should have that program set by the end of this fiscal year. That's when we're planning to launch that program. But we are aware that this is going to be a work in progress, and we are reestablishing this program Previously, it was in another division. It is now under the auspices of the Executive Director's Office. It will be in direct sight and line of our policy division and operations. So it is going to kickstart that program. And we are hoping that when we do get the disparity studies, it will increase the goal. In the meantime, we have one person we had hired to the program, and we are asking in this year's budget for 2 additional people so that we can make sure that as we set the new goals and the program forward, that we are not under-resourcing this very, very important effort.
Okay, Mr. Kroll, I think that's the end of the budgets that we need to approve.
Actually, we have the last one beginning on circle page 31 of your packet. And that's the Wheaton headquarters building, enterprise fund, and that is the building that you are all in currently. And the budget for that is a 0% increase from fiscal year 23. It includes revenue from the Montgomery County, who shares office spaces there, as well as from the planning and parks departments. And that total budget is $2.9 million. And with that, I have concluded. And if with a successful motion to approve, our next step in the budget adoption process would be the commission meeting in December.
I'll entertain a motion to approve all the budgets we just heard.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve all the budgets we have just been presented for FY '24.
FY '24. We have a second from.
I seconded.
No, Commissioner Presley beat you to it.
Oh, okay.
You
All
can
right.
third it.
I'm not used to teams. I gotta learn about teams.
Yeah, you have to watch out for teams all the time.
Yeah,
You gotta go.
okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor
Just
say
discussion
aye.
for a moment.
Discussion.
Aye.
Wait.
I just want to comment that I still have some reservations about the commission office increase of 19% year on year. However, in the need of voting yes or no, I will vote yes for that and not go into it further. I brought up my concerns last meeting.
On behalf of the Commissioner's Office, I thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Amy? Commissioner Presley? Thank you.
Yes.
The ayes have it. That concludes item 4.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. And I know this is your last budget on this side. We wish you well in retirement, and it's been a pleasure working with you for I don't know how many years.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving straight into item 5, which is the Parks Director's report. If the Parks Director is moving around the table.
Mr. Chair, are we staying in this particular link or moving to another link?
We're staying in this link. This is
Got
one
it. Thank you.
item. That was to ease everybody's pain of moving in cyberspace.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Planning Board. Mike Riley, Parks Director, here with my biweekly Park Director's Report. I do have a pretty light report today. I thought following budget, I'll try to be brief and light. So I do have a few slides, if we could get them up on the screen, please. So tomorrow night kicks off the annual Brookside Gardens of Light Show. It is going to go on through January 1st of 2023. It's a very popular show. We switched it a few years ago from a pay-at-the-gate program to a timed ticket program, and it's been extremely successful in dealing with traffic. We used to have people waiting for 30 to 45 minutes on Glen Allen Avenue and backing up to Georgia Avenue. Everyone would want to come, at that nice 6 to 7 o'clock hour, and now we have time tickets starting at 5:30 that go to, I believe, 8:30 or 9 o'clock. But I did want to bring to your attention, there is an employee night on Tuesday, November 22nd. If you're interested in attending and you haven't got the link, I will send it to all of you so you have the link and you can just go on and pick whatever time works best for you from 5:30 to 8:30 and show up and have a tour of the light show. Okay. Next big event for us this coming Saturday, we always have a pretty big presence in the Montgomery County Thanksgiving Day Parade. We have an extremely talented exhibit shop in the commission who makes floats and signs and displays. We have mascots for the Parks Department. The one you see with the yellow flower head is Flora. We also have Woody the Tree and Otis the Owl. And we're one of the most, I have to admit, we're one of the most popular floats in the parade. We used to show up with about 2,000 or 3,000 park logo stress balls and throw them out to the crowd. But our sustainability coordinator determined that that was not the most environmentally sensitive thing to do, so we've switched to a bubble machine, and the kids, as we go by, get to grab for and pop bubbles. But this is, our staff joins with their families. We usually get maybe 60 or 70 of our employees with their families to come ride the float. I'll be out there Saturday morning. I believe the chair is going to join me. We'll dress very warmly. I think it's going to be a chilly Saturday morning, but it is a heck of a lot of fun. And we really get into this. This is a relatively new thing we've been doing. As you can imagine, with 37,000 acres of land, we have a lot of trees die in our park system. And we had the anomaly over the last 5 years where the emerald ash borer came into Montgomery County and started killing all our ash trees. So we've had no shortage of trees to take down. We don't like to cut down trees, but if they're hazard trees or if they're dead, we do take them down. And our arborist came up with the idea of an annual wood sale. And the first one was last year. You can see from the upper right, there was a line of people waiting to get in. This is a niche hobby for a lot of people to buy raw wood and do their own tables or carpentry or whatnot. But we're doing it again Saturday, December 10th and 11th at our Green Farm Maintenance Facility. And last year we sold out, made about $40,000, and we expect to have a little bit of a bigger sale this year. The proceeds for this actually go back into supporting our wood waste recycling and green waste recycling programs out at our Pope Farm Nursery. And then moving into the new year, we have an annual event put on by Brookside Gardens every year called Greenscapes. The little bit of history about Greenscapes, it's been going on since 2004. And it's a symposium that explores the latest topics related to landscape sustainability and the environment. Some of this year's program, just to give you an idea of the theme of the day, we have Quest for Climate Resiliency, Adaptive Strategies for Sustainable Plant Design. We have another program called Soak It Up, Carbon Sequestering Sites. Then in the afternoon, we have On This Land, Connecting Minority Communities to the Natural World. And then wrapping up the afternoon, we have Unlawning Suburbia, Unlawning, Lessons in the Design and Management of Nature-Inspired Landscapes. We get upwards of 1,000 people attending. This is something that used to be done in person, and we would do it either at Brookside Gardens or the Silver Spring Civic Building when we went virtual. And we would get 200 to 300 people, depending upon the capacity of the venue. We went virtual during the pandemic, and we're going to stay virtual because now attendance is approaching 1,000 people from all around the country to attend this event. And then lastly, I have a little prop for this one I'm going to pass around. I was honored this past weekend by the founder of the Bethesda Big Train, Bruce Adams. The Big Train is our stadium, the Shirley Povich Field in Cabin John Regional Park. You may be familiar with Bruce Adams. He's worked on a lot of good causes in Montgomery County, a former Montgomery County Council member, but he was the founder of the Big Train, and I worked with him 20 years ago when the Shirley Povich Field was built as a staff engineer, and more recently, if you see the picture in the upper middle, that's bronze statues of Walter Johnson and Walter Big Train Johnson, the famous baseball pitcher, and Shirley Povich, the famous Washington Post sports journalist. A few years ago, I worked with him commissioning an artist to come in and install those at the field. So it was a nice honor of Bruce to recognize me. You see some of our elected officials showed up, Council President Albornoz and Parks lead Andrew Friedson and State Delegate for Mark Corman. So it was quite an honor, and even though this plaque has my name in it, it's really due to a great work of a whole bunch of people in the Parks Department who helped get that field built and who maintain it at an incredibly high level. And one of the beauties of that is even though the Big Train is just a 2-month program in the summer where the collegiate baseball players play in July and August, the residents of the county that play recreational or competitive baseball get to enjoy that field the other 10 months. And it's, for anybody who's played the game, it's a big difference between playing on an elementary school field versus playing inside a stadium where the grass is manicured and the lines are always straight as an arrow and you have grandstands and bleachers and scoreboards and all that stuff. So I was quite honored. The person in the, for any sports fans out there, the person in the upper left, Tim Kirkjian, he is a Hall of Fame sports analyst for ESPN, and he was invited to talk to us about the recent baseball playoffs. And although not pictured, we also had the architect for Camden Yards. Let me get her name real quick. Let's see, I don't want to leave her out. Janet Marie Smith, who was the architect behind the Camden Yards baseball field that really set the standard for how modern baseball fields can be kind of epic places to be, and she spoke about her work at Camden Yards. And then as I pass this around for you to take a look, the artist that did this rendering of the Povich Field, his name is Joseph Craig English. He's from our own Washington Grove. He's a pretty well-known artist, and he did this caption of the Shirley Povich Field. So that's my report for this week, unless anybody has any questions.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, first of all, I didn't know about the wood reuse program. I think that's excellent as an occasional wood harvester and woodworker. Yes, you know, the deadfall that you experience and partly as a side growth of the success of our urban forest, of course it will need managing, and to be able to provide that as a local resource, I think is both environmental friendly and provides pride of character to local woodworkers to use local wood. And then, yeah, and the value of removed trees, I think, is often underappreciated, especially as they're getting old and grand, as we've had that success that I mentioned. Because your report's just a little bit short, I just want to mention a factoid I came across. On Tuesday, the world population passed 8 billion, according to the United Nations. But what struck me more in that announcement was the idea that 2/3 of wild mammals in the world have disappeared in that time frame as human growth population. And then in traveling around, just in the last 3 days, I think I've found 6 dead deer on the side of our roads. And I'm sure you're not equipped for it now because I'm surprising you with this, but I'd kind of like to understand what is the wildlife situation through our park system and how does that interact with the humans involved? And kind of big topic, and maybe we can hear about that in the future, or if you want to say something now, I'm welcome to hear about it. But
No, I will bring back Bill Hamilton. We have a very, very talented, experienced wildlife management unit. They are actually the lead for the whitetail deer management program in Montgomery County, and of course deal with everything else from Canada geese to beavers damming up where they shouldn't be. Of course, they don't know that, but I would love to come. Maybe my next park director's report, I will make that the primary theme and bring Bill Hamilton to tell you about his program. And actually, one of our budget initiatives is centered around this idea that we still continue to manage and acquire these best of the best natural areas in Montgomery County. And because of white-tailed deer, non-native invasive plants, and other threats, pests, they don't stay best of the best without some level of management. So we have an initiative to have additional resources to manage those areas.
Okay, thank you. I would like to hear about that at some point.
I'd just like to comment that to actually congratulate you on the Bethesda Big Train. I didn't know that the Parks Department had been involved with that. I love going to those baseball games. I mean, there's nothing like it. And you have baseball players who are playing in high school and move on to college and then move on. There's been even some professionals playing that have started there. So that's, even though you received an award, it's really an award for the entire Parks Department, like you mentioned. I live very close to Brookside Gardens, and that is an amazing park, amazing. I mean, you really have to go very, very far away to find something like that. So again, I like to congratulate the Parks Department for what they're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that report. Certainly, we appreciate everything you do for the county and the Parks Department. With that, I would like to call a recess until 3:15. We'll be back at 3:15, so if all the commissioners could look at their watches and know where we are, we'll be okay. With that, we are in recess. Good afternoon. This is a continuation of the November 17th, 2022 Planning Board meeting. We are on item 6, the Public Service Training Academy Site Preliminary Plan Amendment. I won't read the number. This is a change to the timing by which a portion of Key West Avenue is dedicated to public right-of-way. And with that, I'll turn it over to staff for tell us what's going on here.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Tamika Graham, and I'm with the Mid-County Planning Division. I will walk you through the PSTA Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1, 2020-010B. This site is generally bounded by major roadways. We're looking at Key West Avenue to the north, Great Seneca Highway to the east, and generally Darnestown Road to the southwest. What I want to mention here is the center of this aerial shows the scale of this 44-acre site, which is the county's former Public Safety Training Academy. This was relocated several years ago as part of the county's Smart Growth Initiative to make lands available for transit-oriented development. And so for the purposes of today's discussion, we'll be focusing on a much smaller but yet key aspect of the site, which is a road connection via the extension of Medical Center Drive. I also want to note that for this presentation, it's organized in a couple of different segments. So I'll first talk about the statutory process, then I'll cover the summary of the conditions of approval changes that are here before you for consideration. I'll then like to walk you through some of the broader details of this site, which were previously approved but are not under consideration. And then I'll close with some of the findings that are necessary for approval. So in terms of a preliminary plan, once the planning board approves such a plan, it locks in the creation of new lot lines, density. It also includes new roads and a host of other elements. Any changes to density or any other binding elements would be categorized as a major amendment. And in this case, one of the reasons that we're here before you is because we're looking at a change to conditions of approval. So I like to say that staff recommends that the planning board approve this plan. The amendment meets all of the necessary requirements of the subdivision regulation, as well as the Greater Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan. We'd like the board to approve the revised milestones that are associated with the right-of-way acquisition of Medical Center Drive, which is the road connection between Blackwell Road and Key West Avenue, based on the reasons that we outlined in our staff report and the reasons that I will walk you through. And again, Medical Center Drive is the main northwest-southeast road connection through the site. So let's look at the conditions. Again, the action before the board is today regarding 2 conditions of approval. I want to iterate that there are no physical changes to the site or amenities. The language that you see on the screen is from the approved preliminary plan resolution, and it shows the additions that we're talking about today in blue and the deletions in red with a strike through. So for condition number 3, it's really administrative in nature. As you can see here, this reflects the new date of the letter that was issued by the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. This date references the letter that was appended to the staff report. But new additions since that staff report posted are highlighted in yellow. So you can see it notes revised letter that was issued November 16, 2022. So that letter, again, was appended to the report. That revised letter was provided to the planning board. I do have copies if you need an extra copy But if it's okay, I'd like to walk through 26 before we get into the details of that letter. So, oops, sorry about that. So as an aside, for 26, I do want to clarify on the record that page 2 of the staff report does contain a typo that states that the milestone is prior to the site plan submission, but per the preliminary plan resolution, that language states prior to the recordation of the first plat. And so, and that was one instance where it was mentioned, but recordation of plat was discussed throughout the staff report, and it's what you have before you. So this is the accurate language. So existing condition 26 requires that the applicant dedicate 150 feet of right-of-way for Medical Center Drive, and that they will be required to design and construct all of the improvements that are shown on the cross-section on the certified preliminary plan. And just for background purposes for the board, I just want to point out that this requirement was not for mitigation. It wasn't a frontage improvement, but it's directly related to master plan conformance and its implementation. And so a subset of 26 acknowledges that there was a challenge with a section of Medical Center Drive between Blackwell Road and Key West Avenue. The applicant currently does not own approximately 10,000 square feet of right-of-way that's on the 9850 Key West Avenue property. And that right-of-way is necessary to make the connection. So the condition states that if the acquisition is not possible prior to recordation of the first plat, then the applicant must return to the planning board to amend the preliminary plan. And so when we created this, when we crafted this original condition, it was with the understanding that it will be a possibility that we will be here today talking about this language based on the status of negotiations. So the changes to 26 reflect coordination that's occurred with adjacent property owner and with the applicant, and it also reflects what the applicant has agreed upon with Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And so you can see here it says that if the necessary right-of-way cannot be acquired from the adjacent property owner within 9 months of the mailing date of this resolution for this amendment, then the applicant must execute an agreement with MCDOT for the county to acquire the right-of-way from the adjacent property owner. The basis for this 9 months is what the applicant expects is necessary for the adjacent property owner to complete their review and also to address closing procedures for the sale and other administrative items. But nevertheless, what's been built into this revision is that if that is unsuccessful, then MCDOT is willing to step in, condemn the property, and acquire it through a taking. So the agreement between the applicant and DOT will include timing, funding, and responsibilities that's laid out in the letter. And then the applicant would still be responsible for the design and construction of the road. If anyone needs a copy of the letter, I do have it here. I also want to make a note that it is available on DAIC for members of the public to review as well. So this letter includes an updated condition imposed by MCDOT. It starts at the bottom of page 2. I've also highlighted it here on the slide. It basically states that in order to clarify the timing of the roadway construction, the applicant shall bond the cost of the necessary improvements within the acquired right-of-way as shown on the certified site plan, no later than 2 months after the acquisition of the right-of-way is finalized by either the applicant or MCDOT. So in terms...
Excuse me, is that another condition you're making to condition 26?
So, thank you for the question. No, this is a revision to the MCDOT letter. So, if I can go back, oops, sorry about that. So what we're changing is condition 3, just to reference the revised letter that you have before you. So condition 26 will keep the language that you see before you in blue, with the blue underlines.
Got it.
Okay. So in terms of acquisition progress to date, there have been some proactive steps taken up to this point. The applicant has met a number of times with the property owners of 9850 Medical Center Drive. They've also collaborated to identify a new access point to that property. That was also a part of the site plan approval process. More recently, the applicant conducted an appraisal. They've also made a fair offer to the adjacent property owner in the summer of this year, and currently that property owner is reviewing that offer, but they indicated that they need more time, which is why we're here. I also wanted to make a note that on a parallel track, the record plat application has been submitted to the Planning Department for review. However, the current condition prevents it from moving forward. So what's proposed before you today will allow flexibility for that record plat to proceed while also guaranteeing that there's some accountability for the roadway construction as intended. So really, regardless of whatever entity acquires the right-of-way, the applicant will still construct the entire length of Medical Center Drive, including the small piece that we're referring to. And in
I
terms,
have one question.
yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Relative to the instance where MCODOT would have to do this, is there a time requirement for that to be done? There's a time requirement for the applicant, but then if it passes over to MCDOT, what are the timelines for that?
So I don't have a specific. I'm getting feedbacks. Sorry about that. I don't have a specific date, but based on our coordination with the division the division point of contact with MCDOT's right-of-way section, they have said that it could take anywhere from 12 months, and if it's really complicated, it could be up to 2 years.
That is one concern I have. Maybe we can come back to after you conclude the presentation, but in my past life as commissioner, there have been a couple of situations like this where things went on even beyond 5 years. So I would just want to know if we have that authority to put some sort of guidelines in timing on that, but we can come back to that.
Definitely, and we do have representatives from MCDOT here to give you a little bit more information on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I also, and just in terms of progress to date, I also want to just put a plug in today that if you drive by the site, you can see that there is some construction equipment on site. There's some work underway. I'll let the applicant talk a little bit more about that, but I just wanted to underscore that this project is trying to move forward, and so these condition changes will allow that work to continue and that the project can reach completion. So shifting into some of the details that have already been approved and not under your action item for today, I just wanted to highlight a little bit more about the context of the project. I mentioned that it's within the Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan area. It's specifically located within the Life Sciences Center, or what we call a LSC. It's in proximity to the, it's here located, highlighted in the teal color. It is near the university, the Shady Grove Adventist Hospital to the east. It's near the universities of Shady Grove to the southeast. And then also the Travilla Square Shopping Center that's just where my mouse is. So if you're familiar with the Trader Joe's in the area, it's just the site is just across the road. So during the summer of 2021, there was a public hearing held for the preliminary plan. It was approved for 290 lots for up to 630 dwelling units. It also includes a little bit of commercial and 35 open space roadway parcels and HOA parcels. Overall, the project contains more than 1 million square feet of total development. But what I really wanted to highlight is that this project brings to life some of the key improvements of the Life Sciences Center and also for the county as a whole. This project is adding a substantial amount of housing units to this area and also for our region. And one of the details about the housing, as you can see in the map, is that it brings a variety of housing types. But by and large, this is a really great project. It was, as we covered in prior hearings, that it's well designed. It's going to incorporate distinctive architecture. It has some really good programmed open spaces, and it'll have high-quality building materials. Just for your background as well, for more recently in September, there was, the planning director found that all the findings necessary were met to grant approval for a minor preliminary plan amendment, and that was related to the reduction of the depth of pavement details from 16 inches to 6 inches for essentially all of the new streets within the development, with the exception of Medical Center Drive. And so just some high-level points about the circulation. In addition to Medical Center Drive, the site has 6 other approved public internal roads and private alleys that will serve the property. They're shown here in blue. Access to the property is not only within this northwest corner, but it will also occur along 2 points along Great Seneca Highway. Consistent with the master plan, the Medical Center Drive 150-foot wide right-of-way will also set aside 50 feet for a median for future bus routes. It does have two travel lanes in each direction and on-street parking on both sides. Another key feature of this road is that it carries a 12-foot wide Life Sciences Center loop trail through the site. And that aligns with all of the life sciences districts. And in terms of construction of Medical Center Drive, it will occur in phases that were shown and approved with the certified site plan. In terms of pedestrian and bicycle circulation, as expected, all of the sidewalks all of the public streets will have sidewalks. Along the eastern side of Medical Center Drive, there's the LSC loop, as I mentioned. And then also along the western side, it's highlighted in purple in this slide, is a 2-way separated bike lane. The plan is also providing 10-foot wide sidewalks on Key West Avenue, as well as Great Seneca Highway, and both will have landscape buffers. There are also protected intersections. And I also want to point out that even though Street D does not punch through to Darnestown Road, there will be a pedestrian connection. And another point that I want to highlight is shown in yellow is this temporary bicycle and pedestrian connection. So this is the portion that we are talking about today. It will have a temporary connection for pedestrians and bicyclists until until it's open to vehicular traffic. And so here is an inset of this this corner that we're referring to. You can see where this access point will be realigned. This is shown in the certified site plan. So in order to approve the preliminary plan amendment, the board must make a determination that the applicant meets several findings. Based on the scope of the amendment, the condition changes remain in conformance with the approved preliminary plan and its findings. As I mentioned, there are no physical changes that are under consideration. There are no changes to the intent to deliver public roads or infrastructure or other amenities. The 2 condition changes do not impact the substantial conformance with the master plans as well as the bicycle master plan. All of the provisions provided in the approved site plan remain unchanged. This amendment is still compatible with internal and external relationships with existing and pending nearby development. There are no changes to adequate public facilities. This amendment does not include any changes to the Forest Conservation Plan, and so it still remains in conformance with Chapter 22A. And as I've outlined already, this amendment has been reviewed and is supported by MCDOT. So to conclude, this application has met all of the signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. This preliminary plan amendment did not require a pre-submission community meeting. No written correspondence was received to append to the report. However, I did receive 2 phone inquiries. One person asked what is happening with the site, and another wanted to know how to purchase one of the homes once they're built, so that's a good thing. Again, this amendment is to extend the milestone timing for one aspect of the project. The phasing of the overall project is not changing. Again, that's shown in the approved site plan. I'm just going to close to say that staff is confident that this change will allow a path forward that guarantees, again, accountability for the construction of the entire stretch of Medical Center Drive, and also without the applicant needing to come back to the board within a few months. So I will conclude and turn it back over to the chair.
Let me just ask one question before Commissioner Hill has a question. If you go back to the language that you intend to change 26 to, it was like your first or second slide.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay, I understand the last sentence. If the right-of-way cannot be acquired within 9 months of the mailing of the resolution, then the applicant must execute agreement. What's the timing of that then, which occurs after the 9 months? When must they reach an agreement? Is there a deadline for them reaching an agreement?
The idea is to evaluate where the negotiations are approximately 7 months from the date of the signed resolution, and so we can determine what needs to be done before the 9 months actually, arrives.
So is the intent to have this agreement within the 9 months?
I think the applicant and DOT are ready to move forward with that agreement if it looks like the negotiations may become unsuccessful as we near those 9 months.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, then you need to rewrite this a little bit, because it reads like they're sequential events. The 9 months expires, and then you do something else. So if you want to work on that in 2 seconds or less, that would be good. Commissioner Hill, do you have anything?
Yeah, let me start with my narrow concerns. The site plan, it all works. It really has to do with this piece of property that does not belong to the private developer, and actions are getting piled on top of that. That's my concern. And I've got 2 concerns in that. One is, it seems to me conditions that we make for property development need to be accomplishable by the person that is developing the property. And we have kind of indirectly and in completely good faith and in ways that we might anticipate, but now we have things that we can't anticipate happening. So, the developer has the property rights to have defined things that they can accomplish, and then we have a phasing thing that causes hardship to them, but that phasing, as I interpret, is an action of someone else. Right, someone that owns another piece of property, and they have property rights too. And I think we're in the process of trying to get the product out the door. We're stepping on those property rights. Is statement number 1. Maybe that was both of my statements. Kind of wrapped together. But the other part of this is I am sensitive to the fact that the conditions that we make should be accomplishable by either the developer we're addressing or our staff. And it seems to me we're assigning actions to the Department of Transportation, delegating our authority to them. And I'm concerned about that. So let me ask a specific question, having said that so far. One is, the Department of Transportation seems to have given us, we have what the condition says. The applicant gave us a modification for that. The Department of Transportation gave us a modification for that. Staff is recommending basically what the Department of Transportation says about that condition, correct?
Yes, because they are the implementing agency.
Well, they're the implementing agents for potentially this piece of property that lies outside of the development. Because, as you mentioned, if nothing else can happen, that piece of property, in the public interest of getting this road through in the master planning, will probably be taken by eminent domain by the Department of Transportation. But I think it behooves the public interest that that action be distinct. It seems to me the property owner next door should not be under pressure to make a private agreement under the shadow of the Department of Transportation coming in following up. Otherwise, we get into problems like the Kello case where, whose eminent domain is the benefit for?
If I may.
Yeah.
Thank you. Carrie Sanders for the record, Chief Mid-County Planning. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and I know another Commissioner Branson has some comments as well, so I don't want to hold things up, but I wanted to clarify that the Department of Transportation Representative Rebecca Torma is here to answer any questions you may have. The intent is to provide additional assurance to the board that this will happen. That is all the intent is. So I think just wanted to clarify that for the record. But with that, if we have specific questions for Rebecca, she is here.
Okay, let's follow up with that. And just one more follow-up direct question for you all, which is, I actually think what the applicant submitted as language is what I prefer, because it's an accomplishment they can do, right? Which is they post funds, the bond to build the road and the fair market value to acquire the property. They can post that at a specific time, relatively short, I think, an agreement on the fair market property. And then it does become DOT's responsibility to do whatever happens, but that's the process that should happen for a public road anyways. And we have eliminated the problem of the applicant having to do an action that depends on someone else.
All right, let's wait for a motion later because we have more.
Well, I'd like to just see if staff has any response to that. Can you find holes in that? And
Well, it's my understanding that the applicant actually also preferred the revised condition as opposed to having the money sit in escrow for an undetermined amount of time. And so I would defer to the applicant to get into a little bit more about why they were also supportive of the 9 months instead of the funds in escrow.
Can I add to that? I'm in agreement with Commissioner Hill, and really it dovetails on the question I had before about not having any time certain, and we can ask the representative of DCOT, but it does seem more clean to have the applicant pay what is due and put it in escrow. I would think that would even encourage and allow for DCOT to move faster. So I would like those points addressed.
Commissioner Branson.
Thank you. First of all, let me say how happy I am that this project has 30% MPD units. I would like to know what those units comprise, whether we're talking rental or for sale or whatever. So that's like an extra question. Okay. But I think it's important because I think it's important that we not allow MPDU to be only for rent, that we use it as a mechanism to achieve home ownership, because I personally think that's important and, builds wealth and all that. But that's extra. That's extra. But as to the other point, which is the main point of this, let me just sort of break it down to its basics so that I can understand it. So basically, these negotiations were going on. The owner of the property which borders, is that Key West? Okay, the owners of the property that bordered Key West that the applicant needs in order to make the roadway sufficiently appropriate for this project, have had negotiations. The applicant has made the offer, and was it August? And there's not been a response. Is that accurate, or what happened to the August offer?
So for the record, my name is Kate Cubitt. I am the applicant, Elm Street Development. Nice to meet you all. We made the offer in the summer, I believe it was in July, late July or early August. The owner of 9850 Key West is a large REIT, multinational or international, located in Chicago. So they have internal processes that they have to follow with acquisitions, and then they also have lenders that they need to satisfy. So although it's been several months with them, I check in with them regularly, and it's still working its way through their process. Their process, just because of kind of how they're organized and the lender, it just takes time.
So that is really good to know, because we're not talking about just, one stubborn person that's trying to hold you over a barrel, if you will. So that's that. And then the sort of conundrum is whether this transportation department solution is in fact a solution if that's the state of play. And that's the part where, okay, now that we know that this is this huge multinational thing, I'm not even sure the transportation department solution is a solution. I mean, having them take the property by eminent domain, and pay whatever the fair market value is. Are you now looking at a huge international corporation that can potentially fight you forever and a day because they have the money to do it? I mean, explain to me why the taking, because fundamentally, I don't have a problem with the taking solution, but I need to understand how the eminent domain solution from using DOT becomes actualized and is in fact a solution that does not make this thing take even longer.
Okay, let's allow DOT to answer their eminent domain authorities.
My name's Rebecca Torma. I'm with DOT. I'm in the development review team. I am not a property acquisition. We did consult our property acquisition people. So basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to the applicant constructing the road. So for us is we have a certain process, and I believe Tamika said it could take, depending on the length of time and how difficult the property owner is, it could take between 2 to 3 years to do it. I don't think that in the development of the project that this is one of the first things that's going to be built. This is one of the further along. So we have the additional time to make sure that it gets constructed with the rest of the roadway. I don't know if I answered your question, though.
No, you did, because what you're saying is that even if we approve this condition, I think we should approve this condition, but that doesn't mean that everything just comes to a halt until this Key West issue is resolved. Other things can go forward, and then, and so if it takes 2 or 3 years to resolve the Key West issue, that'll be okay. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me ask the same question a different way. Does DOT have eminent domain authority vis-a-vis a REIT versus a private owner?
I'm not a property acquisition person. I assume that it's same. Maybe Kate's done some.
I've not done a property acquisition with the REIT, but as I understand it, going through the process once before with a private property owner, there is a legal process that DOT follows where you get a certified appraisal updated. So let's say 2 years from now when they're ready to take the property, they have to update the appraisal. At that point, then they have to reach out to the property owner a certain number of times. They do not get a response. They can file formal action with the council. The council will make the decision to do the take. Once that decision has been made by the council, the property can be taken by DOT. And then after that point, then it's the negotiations between the property owner and DOT on the actual final pricing. That's my understanding based on my previous experience.
Let me ask a question here. I mean, I don't see any problem with the way that we're structuring this or the conditions, in the sense that basically you're asking for 9 months, and then at the same time you're putting a threat. You're saying to the REIT, basically, if you don't, if you don't agree with it, then we're going to take the property. Now, in the wording here, it says agreement with Department of Transportation for the county to acquire the right-of-way. So it would be the county, or it would be transportation would do the taking, the eminent domain, But what role does the county play in all this?
They take it on behalf of the county, as I understand it. So they're acting on the county's behalf because it is a master plan roadway for the county.
Okay.
DOT acts on behalf of the, I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it.
All right. I mean, I don't see any problem with it, except what Commissioner Hill is saying is that we're putting a private owner under basically a threat, saying, you know, if you don't reach any kind of agreement, DOT is going to take over the property. And, you know, they might take us to court and say, well, that's a taking. That's not, you know. But I think if it facilitates the fact that within the 90 days, you're going to be able to reach, 9 months, I mean, you're going to be able to reach an agreement, I think it does. I mean, we don't want to delay this project forever, definitely. I mean, if the taking is going to delay it, and if we can reach an agreement in 9 months, that would be, I think, the solution to it. So I see this as a kind of an imminent threat to the, especially when you're dealing with the real estate investment trust outside of the county. This may be I think it's a good strategy to follow.
I'm Barbara Sears. I'm attorney for the Elm Street, the applicant, with Miles and Stockbridge. And I think one thing to keep in mind that may help your question, Commissioner Hill, is that this road is shown and has been shown on the master plan as an important master plan roadway in this location for this Great Seneca Science Center plan is over 12 years old now, 2010, yes. I think it was. And so that's kind of notice to everybody who owns property within these right-of-ways that eventually, you know, the idea, the plan is that that property will be acquired in some way, dedicated or acquired by the county. So it's not unusual that you see this kind of thing happen, and the county is well structured to deal with it and does a good job in following through. So we're confident that the county will see this as an important link that they are trying to get and act accordingly. And that's been the cooperative nature of the process since Kate and Elm Street started to do these negotiations.
Commissioner Hill?
I think we'll see this happen and happen within a reasonable period of time related to the rest of the development. There's still over 2,000 linear feet of this road that Kate will be building as part of her project. So it is a major project, and the APF did not show that this connection was necessary for the property to pass the necessary findings that needed to be made. So I think that's an important element too. Thank you.
Commissioner Presley, you had something?
Yes, I still want to go back to the 9 months and understand exactly what's going to transpire in the 9 months, because we sort of toss that back and forth. Is it that the applicant will be given the full 9 months to try to complete that arrangement with the seller, or is it that within that 9 months they also have to have an arrangement with MCDOT? I would hate to have everybody wait the 9 months and then start what could potentially be a 2-year process.
I'll turn that over to staff.
Thank you for the question. I think that's a good question. We actually have been responding to that question that we got at the beginning from the chair and also from Commissioner Hill and from you, Commissioner Presley. So I think we actually have some revised language that we'd like to read off for your consideration now. I'll turn it over to Matt Folden.
Good afternoon. Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor with Mid-County. So I'll read in the full condition. I think to directly answer the question, the intent is that the clarification that I'm adding here, the agreement would be executed within the 9-month period. And so I'll just start at the beginning and I'll tell you where the revisions begin. So condition 26 would read, the applicant must dedicate 150-foot right-of-way for Medical Center Drive and will design and construct all necessary improvements as shown in the Medical Center Drive road cross-section on the certified preliminary plan. The applicant shall continue its discussions with the adjacent property owner to acquire the right-of-way necessary to make the connection of Medical Center Drive with Key West Avenue. the applicant will coordinate with Yes, the applicant will coordinate with MCDOT regarding these efforts. So the original condition is intact up to the blue underlined regarding these efforts on the screen. I would then suggest that we modify the remainder of the condition to read, the applicant will enter into an agreement to acquire the right-of-way with MCDOT within 9 months if the property cannot be acquired from the adjacent property owner.
That's much more clear.
That satisfies me, actually. Is the applicant sort of okay?
Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
Because I think I'd like to visit the idea of escrowing funds, because I think that's the best solution, because it establishes probably the shortest time frame to getting to releasing the phasing difficulties you're under. Ms. Torma, first for you from the Department of Transportation, the Department of Transportation's response seemed to not like that solution. What is it about that solution that doesn't meet DOT's preferences?
Rebecca Torma. To be honest, I like the applicant to work through and try to acquire the property. We've had a few issues with the escrow acquiring, and if we don't have to change funds, then I think for us, it's an easier situation, and just how I deal with developments, for us to try and get them to do 9 months, and then for them to try and acquire the property before we do the escrow. So it's just, I don't know how to explain it other than I'd rather not acquire, if we don't have to acquire the funds, I'd rather not. But, I mean, if that's what you want, then.
They have phasing, though, that depends on that situation that's going to start stacking up, and we could be back here 9 months from now in essentially no different situation, except for the fact that we would end up delegating our authority to say if that's been fulfilled or not to the Department of Transportation, not hold it ourselves.
So to respond to that, I think what's going to happen is when we negotiate the agreement with DOT, the escrowing of funds and how the piece of property is going to be acquired is going to be all part of that negotiation. So if the 9 months is part of the negotiations with DOT and trying to get this agreement put together, that will be part of that agreement. I think what Rebecca is saying is she doesn't want to escrow the funds now because there's a lot of unknowns with that, whereas once we kind of negotiate the agreement, while we're simultaneously still continuing our discussions with the property owner, there'll be more information known at that point in time, and we can craft the agreement appropriately at that point. So that's 9 months from now, we won't be back in the same spot because the agreement with DOT will have that information included in it.
Okay, and
Let
me follow up if I may.
I'm sorry,
You represent the applicant, and you are okay with how this is falling out, because I think the escrow situation is to your advantage of getting it done sooner, and then you're off the hook.
I think that for us, we would like to also try to acquire the property in the next 9 months. So we're kind of in alignment with DOT on that. We've had several meetings with DOT on this as well to kind of talk through how this would work in terms of, if we were to take the next step and have them, craft this agreement with them. So I think we're also in agreement with them that, give us, if you wouldn't mind, we would like 9 more months to try to work with the applicant, 9 more months to craft this agreement with DOT, and then at that point, we'll be able to move forward with acquiring the property. Just to let you all know too, there are 2 other access points for this property on Long Grade Seneca. They are currently, one is in construction, and starting in 2 weeks, we'll be installing the traffic signals at both of those access points. So for our particular project, we don't necessarily need this intersection, especially right now. So 9 months is not going to hurt. I appreciate your concern, and I appreciate the thought process, but 9 months is, an additional 9 months is not going to hurt our project from a moving forward perspective, we believe.
That was one of my questions, whether there's any delay if you don't do this access road, any delay in the construction, because like you're saying, you're already doing the construction and you're doing access to Great Seneca. So, I mean, there's no impact in terms of waiting 9 months or sooner than that into, your plans to develop the property.
No.
Okay.
No, there's not.
Commissioner Presley?
Yes, following up on Commissioner Hill's comments again, I do think it's important to escrow the money. I understand what the applicant is stating, that would be a problem for them in that they're still actively trying to get the property. However, couldn't we also include language in the condition that it wouldn't be at that 9-month point that you would then escrow. That would be part, it should be stated that that would be part of the agreement if it should fall to the MCDOT solution, that with that position, at that time, the money would be escrowed, not following the 9 months. But if you get to the point where it winds up shifting to an MCDOT responsibility, the escrow portion should be within that 9 months as well.
Commissioner.
Can I just suggest that, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I don't want the county to spend money and not know that the money spent will in fact be reimbursed. I assume that's the purpose of the escrow. I also assume that the county is going to negotiate agreement that says that, you know, because I don't think they're in the business of giving away a whole bunch of money. So, I mean, and you know, so I appreciate that, but I think, you know, these may be weeds we do not have to get in. That our responsibility is to make sure that this condition is what is best to assure moving this project through. We do not necessarily have to be involved in every dot and tittle. So I would suggest that we move forward with the language that we have heard. It sounds like it meets our concerns.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion. I so move.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Presley? You
I
can
still
discuss.
suggest possibly a modification. I've actually been a party to situations where the developer was supposed to escrow money. The responsibility went from the developer to MCDOT, and then back and forth, and the developer did not escrow any money or put any money forth. And then it was another 3 years, and the county wound up paying to get it done because it was a critical element of the plan. And it was extended 5 years. So I understand and agree with Commissioner Branson that we don't really have to get into every jot and tittle, but there should be something that assures us that we're not going to get to a certain point, and then there's going to be some sort of, discrepancy or issues between that amount of money being made available or not, especially when it also has to go through the council for approval. It would, if I were sitting on the council, I wouldn't want to approve something that I didn't know that we had the funds for. So I would, is there a way, or would any of the other commissioners agree that some language could be put in about ensuring that any escrowed amounts would be negotiated within that 9-month time frame?
If I may, council member, the letter from DOT, November 6, says the applicant shall bond the cost of necessary improvements within the acquired right-of-way as shown in the site plan no later than 2 months after acquisition. So it's already
Okay.
incorporated in that.
I-
Is there any?
I was thinking that
Go ahead.
on that point, Mr. Chair, that still doesn't state if it goes to MCDOT 2 months after it could be 2 years from now. If they wait for DOT to make that purchase, then it's still counting on the front forwarding of funds from MCDOT. Is that always how it goes, or, you know? Because I wouldn't want that to be the delay.
So I don't testify here. Does staff want to comment on the timing of this?
I believe that the amendment that we made to the condition will address some of these concerns because we then had the agreement, which would include details of the escrow amount in it. We gave that a time frame, that agreement, and had to be done within nine months. So I believe we've addressed this, but we can always add more language to the condition, but we would look for your consensus on that before we did that.
Well, we have a motion on the floor that's seconded to approve the secondarily modified condition that the applicant is okay with. This is when you nod your head. Okay. And that is on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. There's no one to be opposed. Thank you for your.
Mr. Chair, can I make one comment on my vote, which is I do so understanding that the people involved in the room have come to an agreement on this that they feel is best. I do have some concerns about it, but it particularly strikes me the applicant is disadvantaged, and if they're agreeing to accomplish this, then we shouldn't get in the way.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time. Do we, what do we do here? Do we have to wait? You, wait? Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to a continuation of the November 17th, 2022 Planning Board session. We are on item 8, Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, a Planning Board briefing. The staff has been kind enough to bring a new Planning Board up to speed on some past actions and give us some reference point going into a public hearing tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. For the record, Patrick Butler, the County Division Chief. I have with me Don Ziegler, the Master Plan Supervisor, Jamie Pratt, and Roberto Duke, the co-leads of the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan Update. Again, thank you, Chair. The purpose of the briefing is to provide you a very succinct overview of the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan process and highlights of the plan up to this point prior to taking in the public testimony at the public hearing tonight. This is a reminder that all but one road of the entire Rustic Roads program are in Up County. With that, the Up County Division is leading this effort. On October 6th, staff presented the working draft plan to the Planning Board at the regularly scheduled public hearing, where the Planning Board authorized staff to release the public hearing draft and set the public hearing for November 17th. The purpose of the public hearing tonight is to take in written and oral testimony from various stakeholders interested in the update. We will address any questions or issues you'd like to work through at the subsequent work sessions. These work sessions are tentatively scheduled for January. Tonight, you only need to allow for testimony to be provided by those signed up to speak or that have provided a written testimony. And again, we can work through any of the issues or topics that arise from that during the work sessions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie and Roberto to walk you through, again, process and how we've arrived where we're at.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jamie Pratt, and I get to start out the show here tonight. So we have created kind of the Master Plan 101 slide here to show how the master plans work their way through the system. All of the heavy writing of the plan was happening during all of this, between the scope of work and the public hearing draft, which was posted in October. So tonight, we're going to hear the public testimony that people will be responding to the public hearing draft. But this whole process kicked off in 2014 when this was originally part of the Master Plan of Highways update. But it was determined that this plan itself was a big enough effort that it should be separated out of the rest of the Master Plan of Highways and into its own work item. So then we kicked off the scope of work in February of 2020, and here we are today. So after this, we're going to have the work sessions that Patrick mentioned. This is when we're going to take all of the testimony received on the public hearing draft, and we're going to formulate, we're going to try to condense it all into items that we can discuss with the board. So the planning staff and the board will be going through all of that testimony and deciding should we change the public hearing draft based on what people have suggested, or should we keep it the same? And then the planning board draft will be the result of, once we've decided yes or no on all those questions, we put together the planning board draft, bring it back to you, then it gets sent to the county council, who goes through their own process of public hearings, work sessions, plan approval, comes back to us for adoption, and then the full commission. So are there any questions?
Just a general question. Besides the public hearing tonight, do you also get comments from other agencies? Like, for example, I'm thinking of Department of Transportation, because the fact that you're taking a road and turning it into a rustic road, obviously there's fewer main roads for people who live in Frederick or northern part of the county to move to places of employment or access to buses or whatever. Do you also get input from other agencies on this process?
Patrick, do you want to?
Well, yes, we do. And the Department of Transportation actually has a member with the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, so they are an implementing partner agency of the plan and of the program. So we've coordinated with them extensively throughout this process. We do anticipate that they'll provide comment. We were hoping to have that by now for you, but expecting that anytime now.
So those comments will be incorporated into the work session,
Correct.
together with comments from the public hearing tonight?
Sure, and
Okay.
any other agency, office,
Any other
any
agency?
others that would provide comment, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't point it out in here, but there's a slide, a box here that says the county executive reviews and provides
Okay.
comments, and that is any agency that works under the executive that might have a say, a stake in a plan would provide input at this time, as well as to the county council when it gets to them.
Yeah, again, I'll say up to this point, we've had extensive coordination with the Office of Agriculture, the Department of Transportation, and we would expect comments from the various stakeholders within those realms to provide comment in addition to the agencies.
I'm sure there's going to be different conflicted interests, let's just call it that way, between the agricultural interest and the transportation interest and.
That happens from
various-
time to time.
Yes.
Yeah.
You would imagine. Thank you very much.
For the record, Roberto Duke with the Up County Division. I'll briefly go over some of the information regarding rustic roads. So roads are designated as rustic roads or rustic roads designated as rustic have been determined to have valuable characteristics and are to be preserved under Chapter 49 of the County Code. Article 8 created two classifications, rustic roads and exceptional rustic roads, and establishes the criteria for each classification. Maintenance practice and improvements must preserve the roads and certain significant features along those roads. And just right here, you can see images of two of the roads. There's Elton Farm Road that shows some of the farm fields right off the road. And right down by the Potomac River, Riley Locks Road, showing one of the boat launch areas where folks can enjoy the river. So with rustic roads are narrow roads. They typically have low volume. They have natural, agricultural, and or historic features are prominent along these roads. They have vistas to farm fields, rural landscapes, and buildings, and they provide access to historic resources and landscapes. Rustic roads must be safe for vehicles and pedestrians. In some cases, pedestrians may travel, and also bicyclists, of course. A road may not be classified as rustic if its function or safety is significantly impaired. An exceptional rustic road is also first a rustic road, and it contributes significantly to the character of the county and has unusual features that would be more negatively affected by improvements. And as you can see here, this is Berryville Road, and along it there's Seneca Creek, and when we were out there were folks swimming in the creek, so people enjoy it quite a bit. And just wanted to briefly go over a timeline here. In 1980, the County Council approved the Functional Master Plan for the Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Spaces, called the AROS Plan. And the Agricultural Reserve was created with its density of one house per 25 acres. The AROS Plan established land use policies to protect farmland and agricultural areas, encompassing approximately 93,000 acres on the northern, western, and eastern edges of the county. But this plan did not provide for the long-term protection of the roads within the agricultural reserve or the adjacent rural areas. In 1990, a task force was created to investigate long-term protection of the county's rural roads, leading to the creation of the Rustic Roads Program in 1993 and the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan in 1997, the original plan. With this update, it's been 26 years since the original plan was updated. The Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan has two main purposes. It assesses the roads that have been nominated to the program, and it completes incomplete descriptions of the roads that are already in the program. Since 1996, there are a number of roads that have been added through other sector plans to the program. And in some cases, a complete description, and we'll get into that, was added for that particular road. And in other cases, it just said, we're making this particular road a rustic road, and it left it at that. So we have to update those descriptions. The plan also considers reclassification of some of the existing rustic roads, so going from rustic to potentially exceptional rustic, or maybe taking them out of the program themselves. Changes to the extents of some rustic roads, so increasing or shortening the extents of the rustic roads, and updates to existing road descriptions and recommendations or changes to the significant features, since it's been 26 years since the previous update. Okay, so in terms, as Patrick was saying, all the roads in the Rustic Roads program are in the Up-County with the exception of one road, which is in Mid-County. That's Game Preserve Road, which is right just at the very edge of the Up-County and right at the edge of Mid-County. So this pink line shows the boundary between Mid-County and Up-County, and there's Game Preserve Road. And Rustic Roads also border three municipalities, Gaithersburg, Poolesville, and Brookville. Each of these has independent zoning and planning authority and are not included within Montgomery County master plans. The segments of the roads that run through the town of Barnesville, which also has independent planning authority, in 1996 they requested that their roads be included in the 1996 Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, and again, they're also included with this particular update.
I just wanted to point out the green area on this map is the Ag Reserve. So most of the roads are in the Ag Reserve, but you'll see a lot in the East County and near Potomac and Darnestown that are outside the Ag Reserve.
So briefly, I'm going to go over the sections of the master plan update. First, we have a vision section in the introduction, and I'll just read this off. Rustic and exceptional rustic roads are historic and scenic roads that reflect the agricultural character and rural origins of the county. In addition to being an integral part of the agricultural transportation network, rustic roads provide the county with opportunities for heritage tours and economic development. Preserving rustic roads is an important way to relay the county's history to future generations. The land uses along rustic roads are not expected to significantly change. The significant features of rustic and exceptional rustic roads, the views to adjacent farmlands, rural open spaces, and natural features surrounding the roads, and the historic and cultural resources near the roads continue to be preserved for county residents and visitors to enjoy and explore. Rustic roads provide safe and scenic access to existing and future businesses that support agritourism industries such as farmers markets, orchards, wineries, and breweries, and farm-to-table businesses that continue to evolve in the rural parts of the county. And just along one rustic road, Montevideo Road, you can see all of this vision shown. So you have the Rocklands Farm Winery, the views across farm fields, and just the northern portion, the views to the landscapes of the barns and the farms along the road. Road characteristics. As rustic roads are being maintained or serviced, care must be given to preserving the character of the landscapes elements along them. These features include the narrowness of the road, the natural drainage along the roads, and the preservation of landscape elements along the roadside. And this is just a picture at the juncture of two rustic roads, Comus and Peachtree Roads, that's showing distant views to Sugarloaf Mountain in Frederick County, and also just the rolling topography of the land and how the roads follows that rolling topography. There are many bridges along rustic roads that have been identified as significant features. Generally, the design is far more attractive and appropriate to this type of road than new construction would be, the existing construction. Bridges designed that are aesthetically acceptable and allow the movement of agricultural equipment and vehicles are needed along rustic roads. And this is just showing a one-lane timber bridge along the mouth of Monocacy that was recently updated in the past few years, and then another one-lane bridge over Great Seneca Creek on Black Rock Road. The significant features are those elements that give each rustic road its unique character and need to be preserved even as the roads are being maintained and improved. The improvements do not preclude safety improvements or the movement of farm equipment. And this image is in the East County of Belcote Drive, which is an exceptional rustic road. And one of the things here that's unique about this road is the gravel surface of the road, how it crosses the creek here with on a one-lane bridge, and how it winds through the tree canopy. During this process, we looked at equity, and with each road profile contains historic information about the roads and the sites along these roads, including details about early inhabitants. The new histories for the roads designated without descriptions and for newly nominated roads provide an opportunity to bring forward underrepresented themes and communities, and to utilize the knowledge gained through historic preservation research projects completed since the original plan's adoption. New histories highlight themes of women's history, African American individuals and communities along the roads, and social activism, and create opportunities for more people to see themselves and their communities reflected in these roads. Planning staff also reviewed existing descriptions and flagged profiles for potentially dated language. Updates were made to ensure that the language around difficult subjects aligned with guidance issued by the National Park Service and leading historic institutions. So we looked at many of the histories from the previous plan to consider how the language was stated in the particular plan.
You want to tell people why this pictured house is relevant?
Sure. This is the Inez Ziegler and Maccabee House on Halsey Road. And Halsey Road is as we were saying, as we found in our information, is an African American community that was established right after the Civil War, with many family members still living there on that particular road. And Inez Ziegler McCabe was a civil rights Montgomery County resident who worked on civil rights issues in the county.
Okay, back to me for the road recommendations section. So there's a chapter in the plan where we show how each road that is designated to the program meets the criteria as specified in Chapter 49, Section 8. So for a rustic road, there's essentially these 6 criteria shown here need to be met. The ones that are in these white columns all have to be met, but for a rustic road, there's 3 different ways it can be designated as rustic. It either has outstanding natural features, outstanding vistas of farm fields and rural landscapes and buildings, or provides access to historic resources. So it has to just meet one of those 3, plus be narrow, intended for local use, have low volume, and the accident history should not suggest unsafe conditions. To be an exceptional rustic road, it has to first be a rustic road, and then it has to meet all 3 of the criteria for exceptional rustic roads. So we just have a big table that shows how all these are met at the beginning of the chapter, but then we go into more details with each one. So with this plan, we have 17 roads that were nominated as rustic roads that are being recommended as rustic. There are 33 roads that are from the original plan and didn't receive a substantial update. There might be minor text corrections, but nothing significant has changed about those roads. We have 15 with extent changes or frequently just a clarification of where along the road the rustic designation begins and ends. It's not always at an intersection. Sometimes it's somewhere partway down the road. Sometimes there was conflicting information about which one it was. And in one case, we're extending the rustic designation and possibly a second, depending on how the work sessions go. The existing rusting roads with new road profiles, these are those that were added by the area master plans since 1997, or even a few from 1994 in the Clarksburg plan that didn't have complete descriptions. So we have 24 with that, we now have the complete descriptions, but they were already designated rustic. There are 31 with significant features that are being changed, 16 that are being reclassified from rustic to exceptional rustic, and there are 2 existing roads that we're recommending be removed from the program, and 6 of the nominated roads were not recommended. So the plan has a chapter that shows all of the recommendations for each road, with little symbols to indicate what kind of recommendation it is. So that in this example here, the little red crossed arrow means we're changing the designation. The little blue icon means that it's a new profile. The green box means that the significant features are changing. So when this road, currently we would have 115 rustic roads in the program if it was approved today as it stands. So 79 are rustic, 26 exceptional, and 10 that have a little bit of each. And then there were the 8 roads that were not recommended that are also shown on this map. As part of the requirements to be rustic, we mentioned that it had to be a low-volume road where the crash history doesn't suggest unsafe conditions. So we did a crash analysis where we plotted 6 years worth of crashes onto a map and made 100-foot buffers around the rustic roads to get an idea of how many crashes were within and what type of crashes. Were they serious injuries? Were they fatalities? And then as far as the traffic volume is concerned, there's not a specific number that says it's too high, too many people on the road. But in 1996, the guidance they were using was 3,000 trips. There are a few roads that have slightly more than that for various reasons. But that's not the only criteria used to determine if it's rustic. So when we first plotted the crash data, I created a heat map to show where the crashes are in the county. And you can also see the rustic roads in the darker lines on this map. So, you know, where there's more traffic, there's going to be more crashes. So there's far more traffic on the other parts of the county's roads than there are on the rustic roads. So you can see from this that none of the rustic roads seems to be a particularly problematic road from a countywide perspective of crashes. So then I just made a heat map of the crashes along the rustic roads themselves to see, so we could compare them to each other to see if any of them stood out as being potentially troublesome. And if so, you know, we could drill down into those individual crashes and see if there's something about the road itself that makes it more likely that people crash there. So you can see on this map, there's like 3 areas that seem a little bit hotter than others for the crashes. And so the individual crash maps were made for each road. So you can see in that previous map, I had eliminated the crashes that were at intersections because when a rustic road meets a non-rustic road, you know, the rustic road itself might be a beautiful road with no problems. But if there's problems with the intersection, well, we can fix the intersection, but it doesn't mean the road shouldn't be rustic. So an example of that here is Emory Church Road in Olney, which has been nominated as rustic. It had, 40-something crashes when we did the analysis, but then when we eliminated the intersection crashes, there was 1. So there seems to be something wrong with this intersection, but there's nothing wrong with the road. Game Preserve Road, on the other hand, it had more crashes in general, but when we eliminated the intersections, there was still a fairly high number located throughout the road. There's the 270 underpass seems to have a lot, and there's a one-lane underpass under the CSX tracks here that seems to invite accidents. So it's possible that changes would need to be made to the road to improve the safety record. So then we created the road profiles that Roberto discussed. I'm just going to show and tell here. The 1996 plan had a profile for each road that was very similar to what we're doing, and it had a map that was black and white and fairly simple, and there's usually a photograph, but just one. And so we have used that format for the new thing. We've created new maps for all of them that are in color with a lot more detail, a lot more features shown, all the historic features, all the natural features, parks, park trails, cemeteries, as much as we could fit on the maps without making them illegible. And I think that Roberto did an excellent job in these maps. And we're also adding photographs to each of the profiles. And we're actually still doing that even as we move forward with this plan. We're still taking photographs and adding them to the profiles so that they'll be ready for the final draft that we submit to council. A new section that was added with this update was the environment section, where we talk about the watersheds, the parks, any natural resources that are interesting. Sometimes there's some minerals that are interesting in that area, for example. So all that has been included. And so here's my next show and tell. So we had to separate the road profiles into a separate volume, and so it's about 400 pages, and this is without all the pictures yet. So the main book is much smaller, but as you can see, it's about doubled in size since 1996. So there's the environment section I mentioned. And we had this online feedback. We currently have this online feedback form. So on the website, people can submit comments this way, as well as, of course, sending an email to MCP chair. We have an online map where it shows all of these road profiles and the recommendations for each road, and someone can submit comments on the individual roads. And I think this is a nice way to view the roads, because you can see them in relation to each other versus the alphabetical listing in the book, which it's, you don't know which road's next to it. But here you can just click on the road, its profile pops up. And you can access this mobily if you want. So if you're out in the ag reserve or something and you're like, oh, let me read about this road, you can, but not while you're driving. So final chapter was the implementation and next steps. Regardless of their classification, roads in the county must be maintained in a manner that provides safe travel for all modes. Additionally, many roads in the Up County area, and more especially in the agricultural reserve, they need to provide for the adequate movement of farm equipment. And you can see the picture here of how large some of these vehicles can be. So this chapter contains recommendations and suggested next steps to ensure the continued successful implementation of the program in accordance with county code. And as part of county code, chapter 49, the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee was set up to advise on the classification of roads in the program, to promote awareness of the program, to review and comment on executive regulations and other county policies and programs that affect the program, and then they are to provide a report every 2 years. So there's 7 members of the committee. 3 of them are farmer members. There are 2 representing civic associations, 1 inside the reserve, 1 outside, and there is someone that is well-versed in historic preservation techniques, and another who understands roadway engineering. And so the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee has done a tremendous amount of work to help create this 500-page book over here. So we really appreciate all they've done for us. and will continue to do. So then the very final part of the plan just has our recommendations for how to continue the program, how to make it more successful, how to promote it better, how to make it more accessible to more people. And I'd say, the first thing mentioned here is the stakeholder meetings. So what we kind of heard while we were working with MCDOT, the Office of Ag, the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, farmers, Montgomery Countryside Alliance, it's just a lot of people are saying, these people need to do that and these people need to do that. And we just want to bring them all together at once so that they can hash out these issues instead of just letting them linger for a while before anything ever gets done. And Commissioner Hill, you had asked a question about Avery Road and whether it had ever been considered for rustic designation. And there was no record of it ever being considered for rustic. I did find in the 2004 Upper Rock Creek Master Plan where it was designated an arterial road. So then I looked at the little matrix we have to determine if it's a rustic road. And, narrow intended for local use, it's probably narrow enough, but it seems to be more of a cut-through road than a road just serving the people that live on it. And the access to the parks actually brings more traffic onto it that maybe wouldn't be considered local use since it's people coming from outside the area. And then I looked at the traffic volume, and up near Muncaster Mill, it's got about 8,000 cars per day. Just south of South Lawn, it's down to about 4,000. So even at at the lower part, it's still kind of borderline too much traffic. At the top, it's definitely probably has too much traffic to be considered rustic. And I just capture these from Google Street View. It's a lovely road. I can see why you asked the question. It's throughout the whole length, it looks really nice. Where it crosses Rock Creek, the bridge is kind of modern, but it's still a nice looking bridge. But it's kind of wide here. It's a little bit modern. It's not really quite, doesn't look like a lot of the other rustic roads. But you'll find when you're trying to help us out at the work session that there's an awful lot of, it kind of is, kind of isn't. So you have to make a lot of judgment calls on just how rustic a road is.
Thank you for that consideration.
Okay. And there's also, I put on the map here, there's a subdivision here that was approved in 2009 for 11 houses. We're going to be fairly large lots with large houses. So stuff like that has already been approved on it, even though it's not built. So that's going to kind of further change the character of the road as that I'm not sure if that's expired, but it's an example of something that could happen along the road. And with that, we're open for questions.
Let me ask you a question. You mentioned here in Avery Road, the fact that there's a development coming up of 11 houses that changes, in a way. I mean, I'm thinking in terms of the agricultural reserve area, there's been more and more encroachment of houses in some areas. Does that change? I mean, is this something that, let's say you decide that a road is rustic or exceptionally rustic, any development that you have up in the northern part of the county, will that change whether you consider a road rustic or not rustic or exceptional? I mean, is this going to be kind of a fluid thing, or is it like set in stone that once a rustic road is defined as a rustic road, then?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it's something that we wrestle with. So ideally, when we receive development applications in Up County on property that allows for redevelopment or further subdivision, ideally we're working those projects through with the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. In the last few years, we have established designated design review teams of each of our divisions, And so in Up County, it's something that we're very much looking at so that we can allow for development where it's supposed to occur, even if it's along a rustic road, but we do it in a way that doesn't diminish the road. So
I see.
I think previously, there may have been subdivisions that have been allowed to go through that perhaps then, that may have been at the detriment to the road, but we're trying hard moving forward, learning from our past lessons to not repeat that process. So we don't want, we don't want like CIP improvements to bridges or roads or intersections to then afterwards result in removal of that road from the Rustic Roads program. So like a subdivision, like development, capital improvements from DOT and others, we want to do this in a way that incorporates the ideas of the plan to not then as a result remove roads from the program. So that's certainly not the intent.
Okay. My other question is in terms of, I keep hearing about, your criteria is excellent. The only kind of concern I have is how do you define narrow? It seems to me that that's kind of in the eye of the beholder, what you consider a narrow road to be. And I'm wondering whether you considered maybe some kind of a metric or a threshold of how wide the road needs to be smaller than, let's say, whatever, X, to be considered narrow. Because it seems like you and I could disagree in terms of what is narrow as we go through a road. Obviously, one lane is narrow, but a two-lane may not be narrow for you. And I'm sure when we have the public hearing today, some people are going to come and say, most of the people are going to say, yes, we're in favor of it. But some people may come and say, that road is too narrow, or it's not narrow enough. So have you thought of any, let's say, like threshold, more than X number of feet, meter, any definition that somebody could come and say, well, that's kind of, that's your criteria?
Yeah, we are going to hear quite a bit about that in different contexts. So like we said earlier, occasionally there are disagreements on what narrow is and what enough room is. And it changes on classification, so not all the roads are the same classification. Did you want to add anything else to that? But we can certainly consider that when we work through, you'll hear testimony about it, and then as we work through the work sessions,
you may want
it's
to
something
consider it,
we can drill
Okay,
into
thank
more.
you.
One of the things that we look at are some of the modern standards on roads. That would change, the feel of the road. If it has a swale, an engineered swale, of course, then it's totally different from some of the roads we've seen in the Rustic Roads program. But in terms of the narrowness of the road, we didn't have a specific, determination of so many feet or that sort of thing. But if you look at some of the design standards for DOT, it looks like, a lot of their travel lanes are around 12 feet per lane. But in many cases, the roads are narrower than that.
It goes down to 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Brownson?
Yeah, I just want to note that the song "Take Me Home, Country Road" is actually about Montgomery County. I'm from West Virginia, but I just have to give the county its due. But so here's what I think would be helpful, because I don't understand, I don't know, and if something is designated a rustic road, what does that then trigger? There's got to be a reason to do this. We could all go around and say, that road looks rustic to me, but what does it officially trigger?
Well, there's executive regulations that were passed, or whatever happens to a regulation to make it part of the county's code, but that defines, like, when you have to do maintenance, you have to make sure that if it's rustic, that you don't affect the significant features that have been identified, and you don't widen it more than its current width, that you don't resurface it with inappropriate material. So there it is spelled out in the executive regulations. what it means for it to be rustic and how the Department of Transportation has to handle it. And there's a few little parts of the subdivision regulations that also mention protecting these views and recognizing that they're rustic and how that might affect the design of a site.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I read the part into the record that addresses that too? Because this seems to be where all of the correspondence hinges on one side or the other of this. And that is the County Code Chapter 49-79, which the title is provides for maintenance and improvements and states the following. Each rustic road and exceptional rustic road must be maintained and improved in a manner that preserves the road's significant feature, which the council identified under subsection 49-78D. But this requirement does not preclude improvements to promote safety or movement of farm equipment. So my general understanding of that is the whole notion of preserving the rustic road has to do with beauty and, actually environmental preservation. And I would read this to mean no excessive road work should be done, where it's just, a matter of improving roads and losing the rustic feature. However, this also reads to me that if repairs or road work is done in order to enable farm equipment and so on and enable safe travel, that would not be opposed to the intent of the rustic road preservation. Am I correct in that?
Yep, that's it. That was great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And boy, you hit on the internal conflict when this was first adopted.
Because it's not. It's an old conflict that runs long and deep.
Yep. Yeah. And so am I.
And thank God that's all. Thank goodness
Sure.
it's all behind us now.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I wanted to, first of all, I'd like to make the observation that the documentation that you're providing on the individual roads, I think is itself a great historic resource in the future. I mean, it does a wonderful job of saying what did these roads look like and what did we value about them in the early 21st century. And 50 years from now, I think that's going to be really valuable. So I admire that, and the GIS uses of that, great. But that does lead me to sort of the issue that, this may be more of a statement, but some of the testimony that I read was talking about the fact that these really may be historic corridors as opposed to roads. And I just was wondering about staff's observation on that. They exist as corridors because of the roads, but aren't we really protecting more than just the roadway? And maybe we need to almost brand this a little bit differently than just calling them rustic roads. I don't know if you have any response to that.
Well, at least some of the roads, one of the significant features is the historic alignment, which
Right.
kind of gets to what you're saying, but perhaps it doesn't expand on it enough to really say why that's important.
That's right. And I'm reminded, and I think this is one of the big hinges we're facing, right? Gilbert Chesterton has a famous quote, and I'll paraphrase it, that says, it's a common mistake in conservation to think that you can keep something the same by not changing it, because something that doesn't change is still exposed to a torrent of change. And I think that very much applies in this situation, and I'll mention that farm vehicle sizes have changed. That's affecting what's going on. Road surface standards have changed. Most of these were dirt roads, and now we expect roads to be paved. And that comes into width and drainage and all those issues. So I think that's a key that I'll be using in looking at this and hearing about it, is that question of threading that needle. Right, we don't want things to change yet. They really have to change to service the humans that are involved in needing it. So, and again, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I would say that's the obvious tension, yeah, that in terms of everything you just said is the tension. So without the document, without the histories, without identifying the features, still trying to allow for the changing farm equipment, the road surfacing, et cetera, it's all very challenging. So again, getting back to what Jamie and maybe Roberto said earlier, we're trying to set up more regular meetings of all the various stakeholders and getting people involved so that we can try to tackle these as part of a larger group. I think as we've met with a lot of the stakeholders, I think there is a perceived sort of opposition on that's more of a larger scale than what we're hearing. I think it may be certain issues that there may be opposition, but we actually heard a lot of commonality when we met with the various groups. So again, we're hoping that meeting more regularly together, perhaps quarterly as part of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee regular meetings, that will address some of these issues such as maintenance, improvements, CIP, and other issues that you're hearing about.
Thank you.
I just muted everybody by mistake. You got to watch me with these buttons here.
It wasn't a mistake.
It wasn't a mistake. It's the first time I pressed that button. I think that concludes everybody's comments, and we look forward to the testimony tonight where commissioners will listen to testimony and respond to it in work sessions later that look like they are scheduled for January, the first week in January, something like that.
Yes, we're aiming for to kick things off first. Yeah, January 5th, I believe, is our first date. So we'll get it running quickly.
We'll bring hats, for sure. And we will keep the record open from tonight, open for the 10 days to the 27th. So we all look forward to listening tonight and give everybody the opportunity to speak. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. We're in recess until 6 o'clock tonight, at which time we'll take up the Rustic Roads public hearing. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very good. Good evening. This is the November 17th, 2022 session of the Planning Board. We're meeting tonight for a public hearing on the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan. We have people signed up in person and online. We'll ask the people who are here to testify first. What the rules sort of say is 3 minutes for individuals, 8 minutes for organizations. I'll try to follow that. It's my first hearing this way without a firm clock, and I'll do my best to keep people moving along. I don't expect to just shut people down at the second of 3 minutes, but if you can conclude your remarks, that would be great. Just as these public hearing goes, do not take silence from my fellow board members as disinterest. We're here to listen to testimony. We'll review that testimony and have a response. Staff will have a response to it. We'll consider everything we get, both in live tonight and written testimony. We'll keep the record of this hearing open until November 27th. So if you miss something tonight or you hear something you want to comment on, you can still do so. Okay, I'm going to call people up, 3 people at a time, to come up to the desk.
Chair Zients?
Yes?
Could I have a statement I need to read?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Please.
Hate to interrupt you, but somebody said I have to read this.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Pratt for the Up County Planning Team, and I'm here with our co-project lead, Roberto Duke, and Patrick Butler, the division chief, and Don Ziegler, our supervisor, is here as well. This is a public hearing of the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan update, and I would like to enter the following items into the record of this public hearing. So a copy of the notice of this public hearing and the affidavit of publication from the Washington Times newspaper certifying the notice was published on October 17th, 2022. A copy of the public hearing draft of the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan update dated October 2022 and available on October 14th, 2022. A copy of the approved and adopted Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan dated December 1996. The Rustic Road Traffic and Crash Analysis based on GIS analysis performed April 25th, 2022 and completed on September 28th, 2022, and all written testimony received between the posting of the public hearing draft on October 14th and the posting of the public hearing staff report on November 10th, as well as comments received in September and earlier in October. The public hearing draft for this functional master plan update has been transmitted to the executive and the county council, and we have notified 645 local and countywide civic or homeowners associations regarding the functional master plan update and of this public hearing. We are tentatively scheduled to be back before you on January 5th, 2023 for a work session on this master plan update. And we recommend that you leave the record of the hearing open instead of what the staff report indicated it says here until December 2nd, but I think we'll also actually do Friday, December 9th.
We're trying to add an extra week. Sorry, Patrick Butler for the record, trying to add an extra week so that folks aren't pinched on the Thanksgiving holiday. We are recommending you close the record December 9th instead.
Okay. It's your responsibility to get the testimony organized for the next session. You have the month to do it, so it looks like it'll be enough time. Sure.
Okay, I guess we need a motion on how long to keep the record open.
Mr. Chair, I move that we keep the public testimony record open until December 9th.
A second.
2022.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. That was Amy Presley remotely, if you were wondering where that voice came from in the audience.
Okay, thank you.
it's an amazing piece of technology. Okay, thank you for that. You know, I'm new at this job, and I get to learn all the time as we go along. Are you?
I had to interrupt the last chair to read that statement for my last master plan.
I'm delighted to hear that. We all make mistakes, but we're here on a serious purpose. It's a serious master plan. It's been out there. If I can call to the table Robert Cassell, and by the way, forgive me if I mispronounce your name. I am from New Jersey. It's something I'm trying to overcome, but I'm still there. Kevin Foster and Peter Caffery. If I know I butchered that one. And like I said, I'll try to time 8 minutes for the group representatives. Mr. Cassell is representing the Montgomery agricultural producer. So if you'd like to go and take it 8 minutes, please go ahead.
Well, I'm going to be the kind guy that takes less than 8 minutes. I know you guys probably would like to go home at some point. My name is Bob Sissel. I'm a lifetime member of Montgomery County, lived in the county all my life. I represent Montgomery Agricultural Producers, which is a farming organization, nonprofit, that represents agriculture to the tune of our membership farms about 23,000 acres in the Ag Reserve, and it covers all gamuts of agriculture, from grain farmers to tabletop farmers to beef farmers, turf farmers, the whole 9 yards. So grain farmers are the main farmers that we have in our county that cover the most amount of acreage and move large equipment around on these roads. I have submitted written testimony to you. I'm going to read through some of it for you, but like I said, I'll try to be brief, and here we go. I would be remiss if I didn't say congratulations to the temporary board for your positions. I know it's challenging to step in the middle, and Montgomery Ag Producers are here to help you in any way that you have any questions about issues of agriculture in the county. We're always available to come and speak, or at committee sessions or input sessions. We've worked with these three gentlemen here on the left on numerous occasions, and we like to be able to have a voice, and hopefully it's a voice that you'll find useful. The agricultural community continues to be concerned about the lack of maintenance of the rural and rustic roads that are in the county. Somehow over time, there seems to be a disconnect between the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and the agricultural community about how these executive regulations are supposed to be followed when it comes to the maintenance of these roads. It's very clear in the document, the executive regulation, that beyond everything else that goes on a rustic road, that the purpose of safely moving farm equipment on these roads is a priority. Without agriculture in the Ag Reserve, rustic roads will go away anyway. Agriculture is what keeps the Ag Reserve functioning. It's a very important part of the economy for the Ag Reserve. And some of these roads are just not passable anymore when it comes to moving combines that are 13 and a half feet wide and 17 feet, or 13 and a half feet high and 17 feet wide. But there seemed to be a disconnect that happened over time when the Rustic Roads program was put together back in, I think it was 95. Things were going along okay, but at some point in the past 15 years probably, the committee got more involved in the maintenance of the roads and what should be trimmed and what shouldn't be trimmed, where we always thought when this program was put together that the Department of Transportation would take care of that. That's their job. They have the expertise, the equipment, and the knowledge on how to make sure the roads are maintained for safe passage. And the executive regulation in the master plan specifically says for the safe movement of farm equipment and the commodities that we grow. So it's a concern of ours. Our members have equipment that get broken. Modern farm equipment in the past 25 years since this program went into effect has probably grown in size by 30%. It's the efficiencies of scale that are critical. A combine costs around $500,000. That's without anything on it. When you add in GPS antennas and things on the roof and other equipment that goes with it, you're looking at a $700,000 piece of equipment. And when you knock off a GPS antenna off the roof because of a branch, that farmer is now out somewhere between $3,000 to $6,000. And in today's market, you can't even buy a new one. You have to go in the aftermarket and buy a used one because they're not available. And this is important equipment for them to be able to function and operate profitably. So our concern is mainly about the roads being maintained. And we believe that in better communication between the committee, the transportation department, and the ag community, that we could get back on track and have these roads maintained regularly with a schedule and not by event. And what happens today is it's mostly by event. Someone says this road needs to be trimmed, somebody goes out and looks at it, it eventually gets trimmed. But there's about 100 of these roads right now, and they really should be maintained the same way any road would be maintained in Montgomery County, and that's with consistent maintenance. I'm going too long. I wanted to go shorter. The trimming of the vegetation, the water flow, the conduit pipes that go under these roads are all designed from, in some instances, 100 years ago. And they need to be replaced. They need to be maintained properly so that you don't have ice on the road in the winter, that you don't have, and I think other people will show you photographs of some of these issues that we have. The agricultural producers use these roads daily to move equipment from field to field during the planting and the harvest season. Since the program was put together, farmers have invested in more efficient equipment, as I said, much larger equipment. We have concerns that left untrimmed and not properly maintained, that these roads are dangerous. We have one member of MAP whose daughter was driving a pickup truck on the road. A branch fell on the hood of her truck. If it had been a half a second different, it would have fell on the roof of her truck, and she probably wouldn't be here today. And that's just old, low-hanging branches that need to be trimmed. So imagine that the Rural and Rustic Roads program and these roads, they are our beltway for farmers. This is how we move everything, is on these roads. And they have to be maintained in order to efficiently and safely move this equipment from field to field. And we've worked with the committee, the staff, and explained this to them. You'll see another statement. Is my time up? Somebody's phone ringing, okay. Gosh, I didn't think I went that long. And they have to be maintained properly for the citizens to go out and drive in on them and enjoy them, because that's what they're there for, right? So they also have to be safely maintained for that traffic. We've been told on different occasions over the years that it's the committee that tells transportation they can't do it, and the committee tells us the transportation doesn't do their job. We really need better communication to really get this program on track and make sure that executive regulation, okay, sorry.
I didn't do it.
Okay. Jeff, I've known you a long time. Come on. So the two issues that have come up in this review of the master plan from the committee. One is to increase the membership from 7 to 9 people. We're concerned that if the committee with 7 people have been able to do their job all along, if they're not out driving these roads and putting lists together for the Department of Transportation to do their job, if they didn't have to do that, then they probably could run their committee with 7 people. Many committees in the county are 5 people. They should be able to do it with 7. It should not be, and as I understand reading the master plan, it's not their responsibility to drive around and report to the Department of Transportation roads that need to be trimmed. DOT is supposed to do that. That's their job. They should be out looking at these roads. And it shouldn't be where Office of Ag has to call up about one tree or one low branch and they go out and trim it one. They should maintain it with a consistency. I'll hurry through here now.
And now you need to conclude.
Gotcha. So we think 7 people should be enough if they do their responsibility. The other is a request to remove the 50% income requirement for farmer members. That, to us, that's crazy. Farmers, should be farmers, and we think that rule should not be removed. It should stay on the record, and there's no shortage of farmers that would want to serve on this committee make their living farming. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving the time to testify. And I wish you guys luck with the next 80 days that you have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Foster, you have about 3 minutes, if you could go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Foster, and I live at 3101 Mount Carmel Cemetery Road in Brookville. Little quick on my background. I've been a Montgomery County resident for 38 years. By profession, I'm a certified land planner and landscape architect, and I've testified in front of this board on numerous occasions for a multitude of development projects over the last 36 years. In contrast to that, I'm also an active member of a family that operates probably the largest hunter-jumper horse training and boarding facility in the region. That, along with the fact that I am a former member of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, gives me, I think, a unique perspective for a number of the issues that are before you tonight. One thing I would like to say is that I'm in total support of the recommendation that Mount Carmel Cemetery Road be included in the master plan as the staff has nominated. We have no issue with that, and we're in total support of that. What I'm really here to discuss is the changes proposed to the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. And in my mind, it seems clear that it's being done to reduce the ag community's representation on the board. Rustic roads are a lifeline to farmers. They operate on them every day. They really rely on those and being able to get their equipment through those. And, most of the rustic roads are in the ag reserve. And the largest land use in the ag reserve is, surprisingly, agriculture. So, whereas it wouldn't be appropriate to, nominate a bunch of farmers for, say, the Downtown Bethesda Advisory Board, I think it's not appropriate for the ag community to be underrepresented when they are the major user, they are the major stakeholder, in the ag reserve. I would really ask for your support in that position and not support the changes to the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Kafuri, I'm sure I butchered that.
Safari.
Okay. Do I get partial credit?
You do get partial credit,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Good evening. For the record, Peter Safari in the Office of McMillan Metro and attorney here on behalf of Alder Energy Systems. I submitted written testimony and then also submitted some excerpts relevant to the written testimony. So really what I'm here to do is answer any questions if you do have them. What we requested in our written testimony is to amend the working draft to extend the nomination of Greg Road to complete a loop. So basically, in the 1996 plan, Greg Road up to Riggs Road, and then Riggs Road across to Zion Road, and this is why I submitted some imagery. It's a little bit more helpful with the demonstratives. And then the entire length of Zion Road is all designated already as a rustic road. And in the 2022 working draft, portions of those roads are being recommended to be designated as exceptional rustic roads. What has remained a gap in the 96 plan and the 2022 plan is this kind of top portion of a loop of Greg Road, and there really hasn't been an explanation. There was no real discussion of it in the 96 plan, there's no real discussion of it in the 2022 plan, and what it really comes down to is that it has all the characteristics of Riggs Road and the other portion of Greg Road and of a rustic road. And so that's what I address in the letter, are how it meets the characteristics. But, more practically speaking, if you're on the ground, it's really difficult to even distinguish where the designated portion ends and the non-designated portion begins. And again, what we're talking about is basically a loop around the piece of property that my client is leasing. And so, you know, it just so happened to be sort of fortuitous that we were looking at this in August, and then we met with the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee in September and October to discuss it, and they also submitted written statement resulting from those meetings. But, you know, the appropriateness of it just seems, it just seems like now is the right time to just close this loop and include that other portion of Gregg Road. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and otherwise I'll submit on the written testimony. Thank you.
I don't think we'll have questions right now. We'll consider the testimony and deal with it in work sessions and rely on staff to respond. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, I do have one question. I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry
just
I
wanted
didn't
to
look
know-
up. Go ahead.
That's okay. Has the request for that extra piece been brought before the staff and the board before, or is this a new presentation of that idea?
I'll let staff answer.
The issue came up just a couple of months ago, and it was presented to us at that time as part of as an application for some solar installation in that area. And so they were noticed that it was not rustic, and they were wondering why. And so they said, you know, maybe you can make it rustic. And we looked at it, and it seems like the idea has merit. So we agreed to take a
I
look
just
at
wanted
it.
to make sure you hadn't already been through this and said no. So
No,
it's
no,
coming to us
it's-
for the first time.
that's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Could I ask Warren Fleming, Lori Larson, and Francine Andrea? Oh. Francois. You know, in Jersey, we thought that was plural for Francis, but that's okay. But that's Jersey. Okay. Mr. Fleming, you have 8 minutes. You're representing the Damascus Connection Committee of Montgomery County, Maryland. Make sure there's a green thing on your light.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, I want to welcome all the new commissioners that has been appointed. And tonight I have my cousin here. This is Rose Ziegler. She's the descendant of she's a descendant of John Hosey. This is her great-granddaughter. So I'm Warren Fleming, and I'm a prior commissioner for Montgomery County Historic Preservation Commission. I'm also a relative of the Hosey family that once thrived on Hosey Road in Damascus, Maryland. The historic significance of Hosey Road is that this road was once used as a cow path to gain access to the Mullenix plantation. After the Emancipation Proclamation was executed, the slaves were from the Mullenix plantation was placed on this site. And in 1960, Inez Maccabee and Harvey Ziegler, her father, convinced Park and Planning to rename this road from Bellison Road to Hosey Road in the honor of their great-grandfather, John Hosey, who was a slave on the Mullenix plantation. Ron Hosey, who was the great-great-grandson of John Hosey, is viewing this session tonight. Please be advised that my testimony tonight, gentlemen, is not about the historic significance of this road, but it's to inform you commissioners that the residents of Hosey Road, Damascus communities, the Hosey family, we are not in favor of the rustic road reclassification. I would have more people here tonight, but I didn't have time to coordinate everybody due to the schedule and the time I was informed of this reclassification recommendation. In 2005, my Uncle Harvey and I led the effort in creating a community organization called the Heritage Society, in which we installed and operated a successful museum. This organization was formed to allow the Black and white residents of Damascus to come together for a common goal and work together in unity. This is the first organization of this kind in Damascus, and the museum is extremely popular in the community. I urge each one of you all to come to see our museum and hear the rich history of Damascus. The site is located next to the library. The museum displays historical...
Leave it. Leave it. It's danger. Sorry about that.
The museum displays historical significance of Damascus each month, and for the month of November, this month, 2022, we are highlighting Hosey Road. One of my members was doing some research on Hosey Road for the exhibit, and this is when we found out that Park and Planning was planning to reclassify the road, which is about 10 days ago. The members of the Heritage Society was taken back on the finding. I visit every resident on Hosey Road and informed them of this reclassification recommendation, and they also were taken back. I have the names of the residents that I interviewed, and I'm collaborating with each resident to coordinate a meeting to provide more information about the reclassification. Once this meeting date is set, I will invite anyone from Park and Planning to come and meet the folks in Damascus and to hear more about the problems with this reclassification. The reclassification of rustic roads limit the upgrades that the road needs. The road and the area have attracted new residents with new young families, and the road is highly utilized with UPS trucks, US Mail trucks, Amazon trucks, just to name a few, and the road is only 1.5 miles long. The main problem we foresee is the case of a fire. If a fire truck comes in, and we got all these trucks coming in, and people are trying to move on this one-lane road, there's a risk. Another risk is the steep curves on a one-lane road that do not allow motorists to pass each other without stopping. We have a huge problem with the snow removal when the county plows the snow and leaves the plowed snow on the streets, which causes a great runoff into the yards and sometimes into the homes. I am also the president of the Damascus Connection Committee, and I have worked with Park and Planning on many projects. These projects include the Josiah Henson Project, the Riley Farm renovation, and the partnership between Goshen Church and Park and Planning for Stewarttown Day, just to name a few. We also are working with the state of Maryland in posting a historic sign on 27 to identify the significance of Hosey Road. I'm also working with the Park and Planning and the county in placing historical markers between Harvey Ziegler and Inez Maccabee's home. The home of Inez Maccabee was designated as one of Montgomery County historic sites, and the home was built by slaves on the Mullenix plantation. The house was given to John Hosey after the Emancipation Proclamation, and the Mullenix family had the home moved to Hosey Road. Harvey Ziegler passed in March 2022 at the age of 102, and the family now use his home for summer gathering and social events. We host our monthly meetings there as well. The road needs many upgrades and improvements, and this is why we do not want the rustic road classification to go into effect. I yield my time.
Sorry, thank you very much. We now have Lori Larson, who's speaking as an individual. You have about 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is the first time I've ever testified before. I have one question, logistical question. I did submit some photographs that I hope we would be able to see tonight. Often photographs are worth 1,000 words, and with 3 minutes, I probably can't get through 1,000 words. Is that possible?
To do what?
To show, here they are.
Oh,
They're-
okay.
They're up. Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Lori Larson, and I own 2 farm businesses in the Ag Reserve. One of those is on Moore Road, which is already designated as a rustic road, and the other is on Buck Lodge Road, which is on the list of roads to be included in the program. I come here really to support the ability for everyone to enjoy our rustic roads and our heritage. At the same time, I come here to support our farmers. I love farm stands and all of the other things that our local farmers bring to us, which is very much part of our heritage. We don't have to be as polarized as I see this starting to become. It seems like you have to choose sides, but you really don't. So my goal here tonight is to really suggest that there are ways to accomplish everything that we do want to accomplish from both sides of this. So the first thing I would like to do is bring your attention to Moore Road, which is a road on which one of my farms are. You've heard a lot from Bob Sissel about the problems with the maintenance on our roads, and I have very personal experience with this. This is Moore Road in what is pretty much a fairly normal rainstorm. One of the things that the rustic roads program suggests is that drainage will infiltrate on the sides of the road naturally. Well, this is what happens when that doesn't happen. So we really have to talk about better maintenance standards for our roads. You've already heard from a group of people tonight who worry about maintenance of these roads. And I can tell you that Moore Road in the winter doesn't look like this. It is an ice skating rink. I did call the county. We had people out from Rustic Roads. We had the county out. And it was pretty clear to me that there was a disagreement of opinion between how to solve this problem. I've decided perhaps the best way to do this is to no longer call ditches ditches, that if we call them swales, that they might be more receptive to the whole concept of a lovely little swale on the side of the road. All that the engineer from the Montgomery County Department of Transportation suggested this road needed was a very nice, gentle swale on one side of the road to collect the water. But it seems like that's just not happening, or I don't know, it seems like it wasn't even acceptable. So I would encourage, one of the things that this committee think about is that maintenance really needs to be left to the professionals. We have excellent county staff. Their job is to maintain these roads. They are engineers. They know how to do this work. Let's just let them do the work, set forth the standards, and then leave them alone, because unfortunately, you're going to hear time and time again, our roads are not being maintained. The same issue as you've heard already, and so I won't really go into it in more depth. And is there a way to change the page? Sorry, next one. So these are 4 roads that give you an example of what is happening in Montgomery County because of lack of maintenance. We can go on to the next page, and we can also then look at the issues of, sorry, one more, actually probably 2 more now. What happens with our equipment when they are on these roads, that not only does the drainage issue have to be addressed, but this is the type of equipment that you see on these roads, and they are having a very major time traversing our roads. So we really must deal with that. So moving on, the other thing I would like to really talk about is road selection, because I can certainly tell you that among the people I talk to, when someone suggests that a road is going to be added to the Rustic Roads program, people cringe. They cringe for, such as the gentleman on my left who goes, oh my gosh, this means my road is no longer going to be maintained. And on top of that, we're adding a lot of roads. Do we really need to add this number of roads? I took a look at the criteria by which these roads are selected, which are outlined in the plan. And the first one says it's located in an area where natural, agricultural, or historic features are predominant. The plan itself goes on to say that's the entire ag reserve. So that's not a criteria. That's just let's list the whole ag reserve. The plan said that. So that doesn't make sense. They talk about a narrow road intended for predominantly local use. Buck Lodge Road is listed as a road that you want to add. Buck Lodge Road is a snow emergency route, and it's a state road. Does that meet this local road? It is also located between 2 major roads, and it is a connector between the 2. The roads that are being proposed may not all meet these definitions. The last one is that they afford wonderful vistas and things like that, which they do. Unfortunately, on Buck Lodge Road, where the speed limit, the entire road is 40 miles an hour, if you did 40 miles an hour on that road, you would be killed. You would be run over about 3 times. Sorry, last thing, very quickly, thank you. We have to balance our constituency input. Not only do we need to make sure that our farmers are represented, but I would suggest that you consider adding various constituencies of farmers, that there are commodity farmers, there are also livestock farmers, and perhaps an even better representation of our farmers would be if, in fact, we delineated what the types of farming activities would be. I also totally support that these need to be farmers. They need to be people whose livelihood depends on farming.
Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry to go over.
Appreciate it. I'm getting used to this too, so it's a learning experience for us all. Francois, I assume correctly, Andre.
Okay, so you don't have any PDF? I submitted a PDF with some picture?
No, it was a part of your testimony?
Yes.
We don't display testimony, just
Oh.
exhibits.
Okay, all right, never mind.
So-
You won't
okay.
see, so I'll have to describe better. So my name is Françoise André, and in short, Frankie. This is my husband, Apostol Vasilev, and he chose my nickname a long time ago for obvious reason. So we moved to Berryville Road about 2-3 years ago. We are resident. Berryville Road is not part of the Ag Reserve. It's one of those who are not. And it's a very, very beautiful road. It has been designated as an exceptional rustic road, and the name, it really deserves its designation. So I'll try to describe what the picture was showing. It crosses the Seneca Creek State Park to a big extent. You have one area which is, in my opinion, the highlight of this road, which is called by local residents as the horse hole, which is where the Seneca Creek meets the road. It's stunning, extremely beautiful. And from there, you can access trailheads. You have the Greenway, 16 miles long trailhead through the Seneca Creek Park. So we have vistas on farmland. We have a lot of wildlife because it's very peaceful and quiet. We have 2 single lane bridges on that road and rolling hills, etc. Most people who are on Berryville Road enjoy very much living there. That's the horse hole there. They enjoy living there. You can show other picture maybe. There's if you go further down. So you see also some creek along the roads. These are tributaries of Seneca Creek, like the Hooker Branch. And you see in the middle, you have the Seneca Community Church, which is an African-American community church. It used to be on Violet Lock Road, was moved there mid last century, and it used to serve the quarrymen who work in the stone quarry or the stone cutting mill, where the large red stones were produced for big monuments, like famous places, like, for example, the castles, the Smithsonian National Mall. So there's a very strong African-American community there. So we really like this road. And very recently, we had a meeting with the Department of Transportation because our road, to this gentleman's point, needed some maintenance. And so I understood that for us to be successful in fixing some things like a ditch that was dangerous, or maybe some sharp turns that were not properly highlighted, or some potholes and these kind of things, we needed to have a petition, and the more people in the petition, the better, the more chance we could be successful. So we organized a petition with about 20 people, and we submitted that to the Department of Transportation. And it actually was a really, really good experience. They were very responsive. They came on site. We had a meeting between them and the residents, and they pretty much agree. We had to obviously compromise, but they agree to fix most of our issues. So that's the first time I learned that rustic roads, to your point, allows the roads to be narrow. Like we could not widen the roads, for example. There are a lot of things we could not do. But the fact that they could not be enlarged, the fact that, for example, you can replace the 2 one-lane bridges by a wider one is something that we appreciate as residents, because otherwise this road would be a shortcut during commute time between Road 28 and River Road. So we like it peace and quiet. We see a lot of bicycles. We can walk our dogs safely. So my message is we love the Rustic Road program and the fact that it ensures slow traffic, safe traffic for local residents. It's beautiful. It's like national parks. We need to preserve them for future generation.
Thank you. Thank you for your
yeah.
testimony.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank everybody on the panel, and for sure we'll look at the issues that you've raised. The next three people who are here, Carol Allen, Jane Thompson, and Laura Van Eaton.
Chair Zients, I do have a map of the roads that are on my monitor, so if you're ever curious about where the roads are they're talking about, he could switch it over so I could show that, briefly, if you find it helpful.
Okay, thank you. Carol Allen is, excuse me?
Carol Allen.
Oh, did I get that wrong too? No. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead. You have about 3 minutes. I've been pretty generous, so.
Thank you very much. So my name is Carol Allen. I'm a resident of Poplar Hill Road, currently a rustic road, and probably in listening to the previous testimonies, I think Poplar Hill Road
is your mic on?
Here we go.
It's gotta be green.
Okay, sorry.
Start again.
All right, so Carol Allen, I'm a resident of Poplar Hill Road, and as I was saying, which you couldn't hear, is that probably our road is a quintessential rustic road because it doesn't go anyplace, and it does serve locals. So I moved to Poplar Hill Road in 1972, yeah guys, 50 years ago. And Poplar Hill Road was a single-lane gravel road. It took off from Berryville Road, you just heard about Berryville, and crossed Hooker's Branch, lots of history there, went for about 1/8 of a mile and ended in the Kelly Farms cornfield, okay? So about 1/8 of a mile. I had the advantage of being able to talk to some of the previous generation 50 years ago, add 50 years. So this was very cool to me because I learned some of the local history, some of the things that didn't make the history books, and I think that oral history has some kind of plus. So there's a sawmill that was probably built in the early 20th century, and that was still standing when I moved in. It is gone now. I met hunters who swore that Poplar Hill Road was the best bear hunting in the region, and we still get a bear about every couple of years. We have a bear that comes down, and savages are bird feeders. But also I learned that Poplar Hill Road, the original track, was used by indigenous peoples to access Seneca Creek, and that somewhere around probably late 1800s was widened into a cart track so that farmers in Frederick could bring their goods down to the C&O Canal and then on to Georgetown. The first recorded history of Poplar Hill Road is a map dated 1908. So we have the history, all right? So Poplar Hill Road today is a narrow, winding, tree-lined, beautiful vistas. The vegetation is very definitely that of the adjacent Seneca Creek State Park. We have resident turkey flocks, the occasional very elusive woodcock. If you're a birder, that's one of those like, wow, woodcock. All right. So we have the environment, we have the narrow vistas. It's a beautiful, beautiful road. It is currently actively used by cyclists, dog walkers, joggers. In fact, probably once an hour, there's someone using that road for recreation. So that's why I say Poplar Hill Road, probably the quintessential rustic road. It just fits all of the criteria. It was nominated as a rustic road in 2002, and DOT finally took over the maintenance in 2017, and they have included Poplar Hill Road in regular maintenance since that date. So I very enthusiastically support Poplar Hill Road being included and continued in the Rustic Road program, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Jane Thompson, speaking as an individual. No.
Push it again.
There
we go. Yeah, I'm Jane Thompson, a former member of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, and I, in 1959, moved on to what was then Harris Road. It's now West Harris Road, an exceptional rustic road. And I've lived there basically all my life because there was 20 years when I, after college, that I moved away and moved back home in 2001. And been there since and plan to be there the rest of my life. Walk the road, ride horses on the road, ride bikes on the road. Just absolutely love the road. And we've always, my whole family has. And in 5th grade, I went to Monocacy School, which is out near there. And we actually walked West Harris Road all the way to Sugarloaf Mountain one day from school. That was our day. And I know Connie Morella, when she was a representative, she came out to a meeting with the Republicans in Barnesville, and they walked the road, and she just kept talking about how much she loved it. So it's gotten a lot of notoriety with different people. My dad used to build bluebird boxes, and he and a friend Dan Sturm would take the boxes and put them all along the road, and it's still tons of bluebirds down the road, which is nice. And it is a gravel, and it's really neat. I noticed that the Frederick County roads were looking better than the Montgomery County roads in some respects, and we found out that their dust suppressant is liquid calcium chloride, and now they use that, and it's wonderful. The last couple of years, I've been able to open my front windows of the house, which face the road, because it used to be so dusty I couldn't, but now can open the windows, which is nice. Yeah, I know I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of my friends who like to drive the road and take their time and be able to slow down and relax and enjoy the road. And also in 2018, I went to a historic road conference in Fort Collins, Colorado. And it's an international organization that brought people from all over the world, people from China, Australia, Japan, lots of different places, and it was really neat that roads of this type are appreciated throughout the world. And I know when I've traveled out west a few times, and I travel to New Hampshire all the time. It's always the back roads, the rustic roads. And one thing I would like to see with our roads here, when I was coming back from New Hampshire one year, was coming down a road after a heavy rain, and all of a sudden there was a sign saying, "Road closed." Well, there happened to be a fire department there. So I go into the fire department, get my gazetteer out, and 4 men came out. "Okay, where are you going?" And I said, "Frederick, Maryland." They said, "Well, here's how you get to 81. I said, "No, I want to go back roads." They were so excited. One man took my gazetteer. He says, "Go around this way." And then another man said, "Well, if you've got 20 more minutes, go up here because there's a good overlook, and we know that these roads are in good shape." I was really impressed with that a fire department would be that excited about showing someone a road to go on. And that's what I would like to see with our rustic roads here. And we're working with Frederick County rural roads, and it would be nice if we could get a connection between all the roads that go, because a lot of our roads connect to each other. And it would be nice to see that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura Van Eaton is representing the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. Please
Yes.
take about 8 minutes.
All right, Chairman Zients and Planning Board Commissioners, I'm a former member and chair of the committee, and I'm testifying tonight on behalf of the committee. I'm going to cut my written testimony down as much as I can and just give the key information as I can see it. Per county code, we advise you guys, the county exec, and the county council. We are 7 unpaid volunteer members who put in an overwhelming number of hours to carry out our duties. We did help work on this plan. We drove most of the roads in the program, and we drove all the nominee roads. We did driving experiences, which are now called traveling experiences. We suggested features and corrections, and it was to the point that 4 planning staffers would come to our meetings every month, and at the end of the meeting, they would say, "Now get out there and do our job for us." And it was humorous, but it was also sort of backbreaking. We do all our own agendas and our research, write our letters and statements. In fact, I did a PowerPoint for this testimony today, and I've never done a PowerPoint before. We go out on the roadsides and we meet with applicants for the subdivision process and conditional use process. And that's how we work with you. We do our research on the DAIC website, and we try to get things done, if not before DRC, just slightly thereafter, a formal letter giving our views. We also go out and meet with DOT on roadsides. Could I have the first slide? We comment on these by law. That's what we're required to do. This was over near Butler's Orchard, and we rushed right out there. Farmer members of this committee care about other farmers. We made sure that we didn't hold up that process. The next slide, please. This is Moore Road that Ms. Larson was talking about. And in fact, when we went out there, we learned that DOT had been telling Ms. Larson that they couldn't fix the road because it was a rustic road, which is not true. I have a slide later on how our roads are entitled to maintenance, just like every other road. But in fact, what I recall from this meeting is they're going to get 2 more culverts under that road, and the one that was there was clogged up, and it's apparently a metal culvert that's got the, I don't know, the grid in it that's just collapsing. So that needs to have a new pipe put through it as well. And swales, swales are fine. Ditches, yeah, we don't like just a person taking a blade and cutting a ditch alongside a road. That's usually not appropriate. We've asked to increase our membership by 2 at-large members and for other membership changes, both to help with the workload, but also to try and help us meet the county's racial equity and social justice goals. We have some fuller testimony on that later on in my written testimony. We also request that the draft plan, where it sometimes calls us it says that we oversee and promote the program, and one place it says we're stakeholders. So we're not really just stakeholders. Those are other users of the road and that sort of thing. We have 2 videos about the roads, one by Heritage Montgomery. The other one was done by Barbara Hoover. You'll hear from her. She's one of our Civic Association members. It was a lot of work, 17 minutes. I think you all may have been able to watch these if you had the time. PowerPoint set to music with a voiceover. This is like a lot of time for one person to spend. We have no county staff helping us do this sort of thing. Next slide, please. Our logo was designed by a resident on Bachelor's Forest Road. The developer was a friend and neighbor of our former chair, Bob Turkowski, who's here tonight, done for free. And then we took this logo and put it on everything. Next slide, please. We've got it on these brown street name signs. That was a county appropriation initially. DOT has agreed to take over the cost of installing the rest of the signs. Well, that's not moving along very quickly. Next slide, please. We also go and do public outreach, and you can see we've got a banner and some table covers and a tent. Those were provided by the county. This was at the Ride for the Reserve held by Montgomery Countryside Alliance. In the specifics of the plan, we're very happy with the way the draft does a job of drawing the timeline about the preserving of land, the development of the ag reserve, and then the concerns that residents had about losing their local roads. Widening and standardizing of these roads just led to increased traffic and speeds and cut-through commuting. Next slide, please. One-lane bridges like the one on the cover of this plan were in danger of being lost to standardization. And next slide, please. Our roads are being identified as assets by Heritage Montgomery. We partner with that group a lot to educate the community and promote the program. Our bridges and roadside features are hugely important for tourism purposes. We are proud to be contributing to the $376 million of annual heritage tourism spending in this county. And next slide. We do support also the individual road descriptions that have been compiled, great histories, great maps. We were going to say we could offer to help staff with some better photos. We have some really good photos that might be better than the ones that are in the plan. And these plats that you can find doing research and deeds sometimes might be included too. They're just lovely. We especially support the plan's recommendation to reevaluate the county's historically Black rural communities to identify rustic roads with African American historic and cultural significance. We thank the staff for including many of the important significant features, bridges, roadside trees, hedgerows, and we do have a list that we've attached to our testimony of additional features that we think should be added. Down to the implementation chapter, the chapter starts out saying that it's difficult to have a one-size-fits-all approach to these roads. Well, that's because the purpose of the program is to have unique and interesting local roads and to preserve those roads with significant features. So the idea is not to have a one-size-fits-all plan, so we recommend deletion of that language. Next slide, please. And this is just a clarification to what's in the draft. It actually says in the draft that we review applications along and within the rights-of-way of rustic roads. As you all probably know, we, as part of the subdivision process, review vistas and view sheds and that sort of thing as well. Onto the recommendation that MCDOT and the County Office of Agriculture and other parties should consider meeting quarterly or biannually with us. Our committee is subject to Open Meetings Act, so we comply with it. We would ask that, DOT and Office of Ag, others, on an as-needed basis, just ask us to come to one of our meetings. We can post it, put it on the agenda, and put them up first and spend an hour or more going over these issues. We certainly, with 7 members of the committee and holding 10 meetings, regular meetings a year and special meetings, going to 2 to 4 more meetings a year, particularly if they don't comply with the Open Meetings Act, would greatly concern us. I also just want to clarify our relationship with DOT. We are not part of DOT, even though we're in the roads code. We are a road program, but we report directly to you, the council, and the exec, and MCDOT does not speak for us. We would also, next slide, please, like the language from the full reg regarding maintenance to be included in the master plan. There's only one sentence now, but there's much more to it, as you can see here, stating that our roads will receive the level of maintenance necessary to assure continued viability as a transportation facility and to allow for safe travel by motorized vehicles and agricultural equipment. We strongly support this, and that should be just right there for people to see. Next slide, please. In this slide, you'll see Bob Sissel, who testified earlier. He's the one holding the pole. He was kind enough to drive me around where we're measuring. That pole is basically like 10 feet up, and you can see that tree limb is below the level where it is going to cause damage to agricultural equipment. He made the comment that, DOT should be doing this, and they should. We still need more members on the committee, but driving around and previewing these roads really technically shouldn't be our job. We were able to convince DOT that if we did it, they'd cut on these roads, and otherwise the complaints kept coming in. So why are we going to sit and listen to the farmers complain about things if we can help them? So we helped them. We got a list of roads from the Office of Ag. Unfortunately, they didn't put all the roads on there that needed trimming. So, right, so I'm running out of time. Let's see here. Very importantly, historic bridges. We asked in relation to bridges, replace the word reconstruct with the words preserve and rehabilitate, include the Secretary of Interior's definition for preservation of bridges and other resources on roads. Next slide, please. In terms of maintenance on roads, best practices, the staff calls out for best practices. We think that everyone at DOT should be taking this training from Penn State. This is an amazing, highly valued training. Next slide. This is to show that we would like DOT and SHA to pursue design exceptions. But in fact, the design exception language, it hasn't been accepted well by this current governor's SHA. We're hoping that's going to change, but we do think that it should refer to the federal guidelines. Do I have another minute or am I done? Okay.
You should wrap up, please.
All right, so just briefly, removing the income restrictions for the farmers, we would really like to be able to recruit farmers from the new ethnic market vegetable sellers. We've had Council President Gabe Albanese had a very nice meeting with those folks. There's no way some of these immigrants who weren't from families born here inheriting land or people who are millionaires can afford to pay their mortgage and support themselves selling vegetables. I mean, and We've never had a Black or Hispanic farmer on this committee, and that's shameful. And how are we going to get them if we have these income standards? So last slide, and I just want to say thank you to Gwen Wright for being a guiding light to this program. She's sorely missed today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We have one more person who is here, and then we'll go to people who are online, and that's Ellen Jamerson.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think you missed a group in the middle there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed 3. Okay, I'll go back in a second. I guess I'm going to go forward in a second instead of back. All right, I'll call up the 3 other people, Linda Lewis, Louise Seville, and Barbara Hoover. I missed those guys. Sorry I jumped over you. I didn't mean to. Ms. Lewis, if you would go, you've got about 3 minutes.
Okay, this is the first time I've done this, so thank you.
It's the first time I've done this, too.
Thank you. I first off would like to thank all the Montgomery County farmers. Will you please stand that came out of your busy schedule tonight to come here tonight?
Thank you for
Hello.
coming.
My name is Linda Lewis. I'm a farmer and a landowner in the Ag Reserve. It's difficult being a farmer, but it's made more difficult from the rustic roads from hell. The roads are unsafe, narrow, no drainage system, brush and trees on the shoulders, and the tree canopy too low. River Road, which we own property on, is unhealthy and unsafe. I did not realize this when we purchased the property in 2016. If that was the case, we would never have bought this property. I started complaining about this dusty road in 2017. The gravel part of River Road has gravel containing asbestos. This has been brought to Montgomery County DOT, our county council, our executive, and the Rustic Road Committee. Their solution to fixing the asbestos problem was to rototiller up the road, put down more chemicals, and then pack it back down, bringing up all the old gravel up to the surface, exposing the environment and people who come into contact with this hazardous dust. They did this last fall. The road became a mud mess. You all had a picture of it. And has not fixed the dust problem. People live, walk, bike, and work along this road, and nothing has been done. I've addressed this issue with the Rustic Roads Committee and one of your board members from Park and Planning, Leslie Seville, questioned whether I had pumpkins planted on it, which I did, and there's pictures to prove it. Article 7, Rustic Roads Program, 49 through 79, Maintenance Improvement Regulations. On the rustic roads, they have a waiver in here, and it says, the Director of Department of Public Works and Transportation may waive maintenance and improve guidelines above in the event of an emergency presenting urgent and imminent threat to public safety. Having asbestos in gravel is an imminent threat to public safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Louise Seville.
I'm Leslie Seville, and first I would like to welcome all of you, and especially you, Chairman Zients. We have known each other since 2003.
You're kind for feeling tolerant of my problems.
My name is Leslie Seville, and I live in Silver Spring. From 2005 to 2021, I represented the Planning Board on the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. I now volunteer with them. The Rustic Roads program is tremendously popular among our residents and visitors. These beautiful historic roads are irreplaceable economic development resources for our rural areas, for agritourism, heritage tourism, and recreation. This has always been a grassroots program. Community members objected to engineering standards unnecessarily being applied to these historic roads and bridges and fought to preserve them. The current MCDOT director enthusiastically supports the program, as do many staffers, but even now, over 30 years later, a minority does not. Parts of the plan reflect that minority viewpoint. Similarly, a few farmers oppose the program loudly. We have 558 farms, over 80% of which produce table crops, but the plan almost entirely focuses on the needs of just 34 farms that use combines. As you review this master plan, please rebalance these 4 factors: the popularity of the program and the broadly shared economic benefits versus the poor support by a few staffers and gut-level dislike by a tiny group of farmers. I will summarize my more detailed recommendations. Number 1, the program is a roadway preservation program. Add the Secretary of the Interior definitions for preservation, rehabilitation, restoration, and reconstruction, and use them in this plan. Number 2, please update the equity section. Since 1989, there has never been a Black or Latino voting member on the committee. Recognize this uncomfortable result of the committee membership categories. Support adding 2 at-large members as recommended by the committee. Number 3, many bridges on rustic roads must be preserved under county code, including those eligible for the National Register of Historic Places. This section must reflect county code requirements. Number 4, rewrite the bridge funding section to reflect federal funding policies, for historic bridges. Number 5, create a chapter for policy recommendations before the individual road recommendations. Move the policy recommendations forward from the implementation chapter. Number 6, do not remove modified roads from the program. Retain those roads and create policies to restore them. Number 7, to protect the road's designated significant features, include the road profiles now in the appendix in the approved and adopted master plan. And number 8, remove operational items and complaints. They do not belong in a long-range plan. I would like to thank staff for their enormous amount of work and thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll get there in a second. We should have a Jeopardy tune that plays.
Okay,
All right.
my name is Barbara Hoover. I live in Potomac, and I'm a volunteer member of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. I'm the representative on the committee of West Montgomery County Citizens Association, which is the citizens association outside of the Ag Reserve. I want to share with you some of the stories behind our rustic roads and show you some photos of their great beauty. As you know, earlier I was handing out bumper stickers that said every road has a story. That's become sort of a tagline because of the fascinating histories we're finding out. Okay, next slide, please.
Next slide. We'll figure it out.
Thank you. Martinsburg Road is the only road with a section designated in the master plan for historic preservation with a 1-mile section that is one of the few surviving 1-lane paved roads in Maryland. The road was established in 1838 following a petition of local farmers and businessmen for access to local mills and to the C&O Canal. Soon afterward, stone walls were built on both sides of the road according to custom. The road was named for the Black community established around 1866, located at the intersection with White's Ferry Road, which is also a rustic road. In 1931, a 1-mile stretch of Martinsburg Road was paved with concrete 20 feet across, which is typical of the first roads paved for automobile use. Known as politicians' pig paths, these roads nearly always led to the gate of a person with political influence and ended there. We have 2 of those roads in our rustic program. Next slide, please. At the end of Elton Farm Road lies the Howard family African American Heritage Trail. When the trail opens next year, it will bring visitors into the world of George and Harriet Howard, prominent Black citizens of Maryland. George Howard was born into slavery and in 1851, at the age of 37, purchased his own freedom. Then in 1853, he purchased the freedom of his wife. 7 years later, together, they bought the freedom of their 4 children. In 1862, in the midst of the Civil War, George and Harriet purchased the old 1790 plantation house, Locust Villa, along with 289 acres of land from Harriet's previous owners. Harriet and George now owned the very land on which she had been enslaved and moved into her former enslaver's home and made it their own. This is a unique story in our country for that time. Next slide, please. An African-American roadside community lived and worked on this historic site located on Brookville Road from emancipation well into the 20th century. Their culture and traditions heavily influenced those of surrounding communities, and their story is deeply woven into Montgomery County's rich history. At the center of this site is Oakley Cabin, which was inhabited until 1976 and now serves as a living history museum. Next slide, please. There is poetry in rustic roads, a sense of peace in an often clamorous world, and a deeply spiritual connection to our history on the land. I hope that this presentation will inspire you to visit a rustic road in Montgomery County. And please see my submitted testimony for more stories and an explanation of why rustic roads are so important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Terrific pictures. Really, really something. We have one more in-house speaker, if I got that right this time. Ellen Jamerson. And forgive me for the skip over and all that. Oh, Mike.
Hello, my name is Ellen Jimerson. I'm a retired teacher from Montgomery County. I live along Berryville Road, and I agree with Barbara that Berryville Road has its share of stories to tell. And I love to think of the stories when I walk along Berryville Road or I ride my bike along with a lot of other people. It's a very popular place. First, when you turn onto Berryville Road, on your immediate left, you will see a historic one-room schoolhouse that has been incorporated into a large modern home built with used bricks, boards, doors, windows, pieces gathered by the current owner from old neighboring houses and sites that were left vacant over the years. This house represents Berryville in my mind. It reminds me of the past, and it shows what modern can look like when it's created in a thoughtful consideration of the past. Further down, you see Berryville Community Church, rebuilt over the foundations of the old church, which has been the heart and soul of the local Black community since the beginning of the previous century. That is where you go to hear the most beautiful choir this side of the Kennedy Center. It's a church whose doors swing open on welcome hinges to anybody who's looking for a place to worship and sing and celebrate. Berryville Community Church tells an old story of love and labor that is made modern by the children of the original congregants as well as the newcomers. As you continue down the winding road, locals will wave. Then you'll get to Horse Hole. That's where it's rumored that Abraham Lincoln used to stop his horse for water on his way to visit his friends, the Petersons, who lived along Berryville. Their house still stands, although it's hidden behind the woods. Whenever I walk by, I recall the story of the Petersons, who are a Union family, whose son joined with a crazy cousin, so it's said, to spy on the Union on behalf of the Confederates. He was caught and he was hung. And it was said that he was the first gentleman to have been hung in the war. When I walk by, I'm reminded of the pain and misery of a previous war. Berryville has its share of stories to tell, and it also offers solitude to our busy lives. For example, I use Horse Hole as a put-in spot for my little rubber raft, and I paddle my way through exquisite scenes to the Potomac River. It's the ideal way to get away from the noise and distractions and enjoy the sun reflecting off the water, through the trees. Well, you get the picture. I'm very much in favor of keeping Berryville Road as an exceptional rustic road.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think now we go to people who are online. If we could go to Scott Plummer of the Darnestown Civic Association. You have about 8 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
For the record, Scott Plummer, Darnestown Civic Association.
We'll get your picture up in a second. Wait a second, please. Oh, no. Oh, he's on the phone. Never mind. We won't get your picture up.
Yeah, I had
We'll hear your voice.
a bit of a personal.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead,
A bit of a personal family thing going on. So thank you for the opportunity to introduce you to the rural community of Darnestown and our rustic roads. The DCA, as we're known, has been involved in the Rustic Roads program since its inception. We have 6 rustic roads in Darnestown and 11 more in the immediate area. Darnestown residents have often served on the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, including the role of chair and engineer. In 2019, the DCA formed a roads task force, and in the 2020, we formed a roads task force project called Vision Zero Darnestown. We're dedicated to eliminate vehicle-involved death and severe injury while increasing safe, healthy, equitable mobility for all. We have contributed to the Complete Streets Design Guide, Vision Zero programs, the Growth and Infrastructure Plan, and other transportation planning initiatives. During a transportation summit in January 2020, I had the pleasure to sit at a work group table with Acting Director Stern. As you have seen in reviewing the public hearing draft, the Darnestown community worked with the Planning Department in 2020 on rustic road initiatives. Darnestown has 4 state roads: Maryland 190, Maryland 112, Maryland 28, and Maryland 118. 3 of those state roads terminate in Darnestown, each terminating in an intersection with another state road. Our main junction is at the termination of Maryland 112 on Maryland 28 Darnestown Road. Many of our rustic roads terminate on these state roads. Just outside of Darnestown on the eastern and western edges, 4 additional state roads, Maryland 107 to Poolesville, Maryland 117 to Boyd's, are to our west, and Maryland 124 and Maryland 119 to the east, all terminate on Maryland Route 28. The Seneca Historic District, Maryland's largest historic district, starts in Darnestown and extends west into the Agricultural Reserve. Darnestown has 9 historic sites named in the Places of the Past 10th Anniversary edition. Our original post office was founded in 1803. Darnestown's perimeter is approximately 85% defined by waterways. Those waterways are inside of some of the 9 county, state, and federal parks in Darnestown. Our main junction is said to be near where 2 indigenous trails met. We span Thrive, Montgomery 2050's newly defined rural areas and agricultural reserve area, and the 2 large limited growth area. Darnestown is a historic, rustic, rural, heritage, heirloom community precariously positioned across those 2 Thrive areas on the outside edge of the sewer envelope and surrounded by delicate green spaces. Our 3 main complete census block groups have population densities of around 500 people per square mile. That is lower than 1 person per acre. We are mostly outside, we are 100% not zoned AR. Respecting the heritage of our place and our people, along with a strong sense of stewardship for the land, is the hallmark of our community. We wholeheartedly support the Rustic Roads programs and are dedicated to working with you to continue to broaden and strengthen the program. It's been a pleasure to be with you today. In 1979 and 1980, I interned in the Planning Department's Special Projects Division, led by a man named Drew Dietrich. And among the people who were working there were 2 planners who were instrumental in the preservation of agricultural and rural open space functional master plan that was the birth of the Agricultural Reserve, and it was improved in 1980. Those 2 planners were Robert Hatt and Jeff Zients. The DCA has a long history of collaborating with the planning board and the planning staff. We look forward to working with the new leadership. The staff we have worked with are exceptionally caring, highly skilled, and responsive. We'd like to thank each of you and all of you. Computer issue, hang on. For the work that you do to make our lives better each and every day. We ran into some challenges these past few months, and our civics work has been consumed by a couple of imperatives, including an addition to the Water and Sewer Plan, otherwise known as the 10-year Comprehensive Water Service and Storage System Plan. And there was a countywide policy which was added, which would allow a sewer extension to a proposed 135-seat dining facility on a 2-acre residential lot with access via a rustic road. These actions were done against the recommendations of the county executive staff, the planning board, and the county council central staff. The second imperative that consumed some of our time was the new general plan, of course. We were also challenged by a few family-related imperatives across the Darnestown Roads Task Force. We have a few Darnestown-specific items we would like to submit. Those items may point to language changes in the plan regarding things like bicycle safety and our MCPS elementary school, which is located on one of our rustic roads. We hope to submit more detailed public testimony and urge the board to accept the staff suggestion of keeping the formal record open and ask that extension carry into December. And we are now delighted to have the newly passed December 9th date. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate that, and I appreciated the shout out to my mentor as well, Drew Dietrich. Next is a name from my past as well, Dolores Milmo, who is on Teams, speaking as an individual.
Thank you, Chairman Jeff Zients, and I was hoping you'd remember my name. I want to thank you, Jeff, and the other planning board members stepping up to keep the planning process in full swing in the county. As you may remember, for about 12 years, I was the Maryland Conservation Advocate for Audubon National Society. I also was a co-founder of the Montgomery Countryside Alliance, founded in the year 2001 in the wake of that push from Virginia for the Techway across the reserve. for which you did a great map. I remember, Jeff. So we have hosted an organic tabletop farmer on our farm here, on which we've lived almost 3 decades now, and we grow native plants. And I want to remind people in the audience, and maybe those of you on the planning board for whom this may be news, Royce Hansen once told me that, and I've seen this actually, that the Agriculture Reserve and its Rustic Road program is cited in land use textbooks across the country as one of the best programs for farmland preservation so close to a major city. I remember working with Nancy Dasick back in '95 in her office at the inception of the Rural and Rustic Roads Master Plan. And I believe, having witnessed this almost 3 decades of it, that the Rustic Roads program has played a significant role in the protection of Upper Montgomery as a regional asset and an economic draw for many in the metro region. These designated narrow roads with many agricultural vistas and historic sites is much cherished by the community, as well as those who seek recreation and a natural world not far from our urban core. Over the years, there have been efforts to modernize and widen these roads, but thankfully wisdom has prevailed, and they remain narrow and safe, carrying traffic at a slower pace. When I first met you, Jeff, you were a transportation specialist at Park and Planning in the 80s. And I'm sure you know that the wider the road, the faster the traffic. These roads also complement the many burgeoning vineyards, wineries, orchards, stables, and art tours, which have made the Ag Reserve a destination for many in the DMV. Heritage tourism is booming here. They are an important network for scenic byways, while also protecting our tree canopies, stream valleys, and wetlands, and with their narrow footprint. With these narrower roads, we don't have as much impervious surface for runoff. We have been especially involved with the St. Paul's Community Church, which you see on the screen, now known as the Sugarland Ethno-History Project, a lifelong endeavor by Gwen Reese, who recently died last year. This community, Sugarland Forest, was founded by the freed slave community whose descendants still live along the designated Sugarland Road and Sugarland Lane. It is the site of the first interracial marriage in Maryland in 1964. It also served as a movie set for Stephen Frear's film in 2015. It is such a jewel in the crown of the county's history, and its rustic roads are an integral part of its setting. With this master plan update, we ask that you please ensure the county stewardship will continue to safeguard these roads into the 21st century. I think everyone that we're pursuing the same goal. We want to preserve these roads, but we also agree that maintenance is key, that the large farm equipment does have to be able to pass without threatening those expensive components and so on. So I think that the plan allows for that. I think that the problem may be with the communication with DOT, as stated by Bob Sissel.
Okay, if you could
So
conclude, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually done, Jeff. So right on time.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and it's nice to see you again. The next person on, again, online, I don't know if it's phone, I'll ask this time, is Carolyn Taylor, Montgomery Countryside Alliance. Please take about 8 minutes, and it's nice to see you as well.
Good to see you, and glad to have you all serving there on the board. Appreciate your service. I also appreciate the opportunity to comment. We're very thankful to the staff for their work on the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, and additionally grateful to the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee for their written comments, which I read earlier, including their addendum. But I also want to say my job is made so much easier by some just really strong and compelling testimony that I've heard this evening. So hopefully I can breeze through this. For the record, I'm Caroline Taylor. I'm Executive Director for Montgomery Countryside Alliance. We are a nonprofit whose mission is to protect and promote the county's agricultural reserve. We have about 10,000 members and supporters, and our producers listserv is at about 190 members now, and these are producers and food system partners, businesses that are located here, both in the agricultural reserve and the rural transition areas, and actually extending a little bit over into Frederick County, I should note. I'm a board member of the Sugarland Ethnohistory Project, advisory member for Friends of 10 Mile Creek, and among other advisory groups, I served with colleagues on the agritourism advisory group. Moreover, we participate in the Adopt a Road program, picking up trash along 2 rustic roads. My family lives on acreage that's bordered by 2 rustic roads. Central to MCA's mission is connecting county and regional residents to all that the reserve has to offer. The county's rustic roads are a means to that end. They are the way to get there. They are the way that many people experience the reserve, as there is so much private land, although there is at least 30,000 acres of farmland. So as you can imagine, the program, its stewardship, its continuance is central to our mission. Earlier today, I had the joy of meeting 2 new property owners. Bought about 100 acres off of Barnesville Road and West Harris Road, both from agricultural backgrounds, one originally from Ireland, one from France, and the back end of their property is bordered by exceptional rustic Harris Road. We spent some little time discussing their goals for reforestation, new native forest on their property, their goals for regenerative agriculture. And after 2 hours, I explained I had to go home and pull together notes for this hearing. And they then wanted to speak a little longer about their affection for West Harris Road. And they asked me to be compelling. And I told them I would try. But the fact is that the compelling thing is the program itself, the stories that the roads tell, and the fact that many of us have seen that, especially during the pandemic, the connection to the places that these roads bring you, the solace, the peace, the connection to where our food is grown has been so valued and will continue and increase in value through the years to come. So in order to try to keep this brief, I'm going to highlight a couple of the things that I noted in the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee's recommendations, and notably, and that is making a bigger tent for people to be part of the committee that has so much to do with the stewardship and the bridging of gaps potentially between stakeholders, including and importantly agricultural producers. I think that it is clear that we want to have agricultural voices on that committee. We must have, and that includes, as Lori Larson noted, various types of agriculture. That includes commodity farming, but it must include the new and expanding and diverse table crop production that includes women, immigrants, minorities, veterans that have off-farm income, obviously, especially if they're land-linked producers on small acreage, that would mean that they might not meet the strict financial requirements that are listed now, which is at least 50% of income. makes them no less a farmer, makes them no less, in my estimation, someone who aspires to do more in farming, but their voices should be heard. We need a bigger tent. We need more voices participating. And we need to acknowledge that while there are maintenance requirements for these roads, that they are indeed assets, that they support our economic, environmental, and recreational benefits. And I would like to note that as to companion actions that may not be before you now, but I would love to have us consider in ways to enhance the program, let's do more in terms of public outreach via videos, inclusion in newsletters, more in terms of public education regarding how to safely experience these roads, how to share them with large farm equipment, with hikers and cyclists and equestrians. And it would also be good to explore opportunities on how to manage the increasing number of invasive types of vegetation and promote more native planting along these roadsides so we can have better biodiversity and minimize the amount of maintenance required. So to be clear, how we steward these roads in the future is a matter of collaboration, it's a matter of communication, and it's a matter of needing and establishing a bigger, more inclusive tent for voices to be heard. So not a wider road and less for folks heard, but a bigger tent. And so I'm so grateful to be able to hear others this evening and to be able to chat with you. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you for your testimony and your devotion to your group over many, many years. The next online is Mike Jamieson, Montgomery Agricultural Preservation Advisory Committee. If there you are. Please go ahead, and you'll have about 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For the record, I am representing myself and not the Ag Preservation Advisory Board.
You just cost yourself 5 minutes.
Well, I wanted to set the record straight, and what I have is to the point, and I appreciate the time regardless. I am Michael Jamieson of Jamieson Ag and Turf, located in Poolsville, Maryland. I farm alongside my parents and 2 brothers. We grow corn, wheat, soybeans, and sod in upper western Montgomery County. Over time, there have been county programs that have enabled agriculture to progress with the times to stay viable. There, however, have been some regulations and policies that have proven to be an encumbrance to the operations of the agricultural businesses. Rural rustic roads over time has become one of those programs. As we've mentioned, a lack of maintenance on these rural rustic roads have proven to be hazardous for us, not only farmers, but residents of the Ag Reserve. Take into consideration what has changed in our county since the Rural Rustic Roads program was established almost 30 years ago. The size of our equipment has grown. Some types of agriculture has changed since then. Agritourism in unison with the wineries and breweries has become a large growing sector in this county. More houses have been built and more families have moved to the Ag Reserve. The pandemic has resulted in many to discover the parks throughout. More cyclists on the road. Online shopping has created much more deliveries of large vehicles. Point is, more and more traffic is visiting the Ag Reserve, while the maintenance to our roads has virtually ceased to exist. The vegetative overgrowth alongside the roads constantly impedes our ability to safely transport from field to market. And as I said, not just the farming community, and not even just a small number of farmers, or I shouldn't say a small, but a certain amount of farmers that have larger equipment such as combines. I'm also referring to just your typical larger trucks such as your semis that are navigating these roads for their daily commerce. Not to mention your ambulances, fire trucks, and school buses. When we try to address these issues with Montgomery County Department of Transportation and Rural Rustic Roads Advisory Committee, it seems to fall on deaf ears. We feel the individuals serving on the Rural Roads Advisory Committee do not fully understand the challenges farmers deal with on a daily basis when we travel these roads with our equipment. It has come to my attention through Bill 2422 Streets and Roads, the Rural Rustic Roads Advisory Committee has requested to remove the income requirements for the 3 farmer members and to add 2 non-farmer members from 7 to 9 members total. The farming community needs a voice on the Rural Roads Advisory Committee that advocates and understands their unique industry. When County Code Section 4980 is exercised and upheld as written, it allows for this representation. It is our fear that rescinding the farming income requirement may allow the committee to suggest individuals to the county executive to nominate who do not possess expertise and background of a commercial farmer. In addition, increasing the committee membership would only diminish agriculture's voice. According to the Rural Roads Advisory Committee, the main factor for increasing the membership is to alleviate the workload that the committee is currently performing. I question whether some of these duties adopted by the Rural Roads Advisory Committee fall under the purview of the Montgomery County Department of Transportation or other agencies within the county. Is an advisory committee to be implementing and enforcing code? That is my question. Furthermore, adding 19 additional rustic roads is counterintuitive for a committee who claims they do not have the time or resources and are overburdened. It is evident to see that the current rural roads neglect maintenance. Adding more to the list would seem to be an overburden. We ask that prudent discernment is given to the future of the Rural Roads program that works with agriculture and not against. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You were about right on time. So
Took a little time to time myself.
see, you were not an organization at all. But thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Next, again online, is Ann Hyman from Potomac Peddlers Touring Club.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and members of the board, members representing Montgomery County organizations, and members of the public with interest in tonight's planning meeting. My name is Dr. Ann Hyman, and I'm the president of the Potomac Peddlers Touring Club. Our cycling club is one of the oldest and largest in the country, and tonight I represent all 1,600 members of our nonprofit organization to champion the work in progress to set the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan in motion. We've heard a lot from landowners, operators of motorized vehicles, and farm equipment tonight, and I'm here to represent another major stakeholder of these roads, the cycling community. The rustic roads in Montgomery County have been a vital artery for our organization's mission to create and foster a healthy lifestyle, a safe lifestyle, and enjoyable cycling for all ages and backgrounds in our greater cycling community. Our organization has been using these roads mentioned in the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan for decades for thousands of group rides, cycling events, and social outings for like-minded adventurers. The roads outlined in the Functional Master Plan are steeped in history, agricultural significance, and beauty. And in my opinion, there's no better way to appreciate all that our county has to offer on these rural byways than on a bicycle. Members of the advisory committee, as we heard from previously, such as Laura Van Eaton described, drove every road on the plan's list. Now, I ask you to take this one step further and encourage you to see these roads through our lens on 2 wheels instead of 4. As cyclists, we are naturally slower than motorized vehicles on these roads and therefore can take in more of the sights and absorb more of our surroundings than any given ride. But you don't just have to take my word for it, even though I've been out there for the past 7 years as the leader of this club. Researching our major group ride rosters in the past year, I've discovered that the overwhelming majority of our 1,600 riders from the entire DMV region come to Montgomery County to enjoy the most of these roads listed on the master plan. Many of our rides leave out of Riley's Lock, Wooten High School, sites in Poolsville, or the Laytonsville Shopping Plaza and head directly for these roads. Our planned routes embrace these rustic roads not just because of their beauty, but also because they offer a safe harbor from fast and sometimes aggressive motorists on divided lane roads in the region. With our group rides come opportunities to patronize small businesses as rest stops every few miles, and we also avail ourselves of seasonal opportunities. We always stop at the sunflower farms in the summer, we stop at the orchards in the fall, and yes, we even seek refuge from the chill in the air at an ag reserve beer farm in the winter and spring, well, and summer and fall too. When our club hosts larger events, we partner with some of these small local businesses to showcase what our rural areas have to offer our county residents and regional riders for creature comforts post-ride. As so many of the advisory committee members have mentioned as well tonight, these roads have stories, and our rides create these narratives as well. Friendships are forged, relationships blossom, and donations and money are brought into our area because of the outpouring of love and emotion when riders experience these roads. I am so proud of our club for fostering an environment for all cyclists to enjoy riding, and I'm also proud to be a Montgomery County resident to offer these roads in my backyard to cyclists in our region. Also, that important note that many have mentioned already tonight, these rustic roads wind through historically significant areas, particularly of late 19th and early 20th century settlements of free Black citizens. Many of the previous speakers have touched on this, and the history in our land here is not something that many members of our community would be exposed to if not for the preservation and spotlight on these roads. Looking through the list of recommendations for the roads listed in the master plan has taken me down many trips on memory lane for many rides that I've done as a member of Potomac Peddlers. Buck Lodge Road, as Lori Larson represented earlier, is probably my favorite road to ride on the entire area and should absolutely be designated as rustic. And not to ignore the other end of the county where I live, Riggs Road, Brookville, Zion, all those connections that should be updated with the new construction occurring in Brookville should also be very much championed on that list. And lest I forget Wildcat Road, right down the street from my home. Protecting that historic road and its infrastructure will go a long way to keep the cyclists safe and happy traveling through my neck of the woods. The rustic or exceptional rustic designation will help preserve the beauty and security of these roads and the roads that afford us out there. As Bob Sissel from the ag community noted, some of these roads are not currently passable for farm equipment from the top down. I definitely agree with that and would also ask that you consider that these roads need to be maintained from the bottom up to ensure that safe lines can be held by cyclists on the roads without dodging waste, debris, and roadkill to keep us safe out there. Caroline Taylor and others also strongly urged a task force for these roads to become safer for cyclists to ride, and I definitely echo those sentiments. So in closing, Potomac Peddlers wholeheartedly approves the updates detailed in the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan, and we hope to keep riding on these roads for many more decades to come, thanks to the hard work from the Planning Committee and MCDOT to keep these roads safe and passable for us. We enjoy this area immensely and always tell new members to our organization and also people who are new to our region to come up and ride these roads with us. We hope that this preservation and functional updating of our rusted roads will bolster our relationship with Montgomery County for years to come. Thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony, as we all do. It's a different perspective on rustic roads. We have Thomas Hardstock, Porcupines Farm online. Oh,
Thank you,
there
Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
I am a beef cattle and hay farmer on 103 acres located next to Little Bennett Regional Park. The deeded access to my farm and a second access that is used on a daily basis come off rustic roads, Price's Distillery Road and Burnt Hill Road, respectively. When I turn off Burnt Hill Road onto a driveway that I share with Little Bennett Park, I have the pleasure of seeing Sugarloaf Mountain in the distance. I also served as a farmer member of the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee for several years. One of the conclusions that I came to while serving on the committee was that, with some exceptions, most notably the unpaved roads and the concrete ribbons that are the politician roads referred to earlier, it isn't so much the roads themselves that have the most value, in my opinion, but rather the preservation of the corridors through which these roads pass. Of course, preserving the roads themselves, and especially the bridges, is central to preserving the roadsides and vistas through which they travel. But if I had been asked to name the program, I would have called it the Rural Rustic Corridors Program. I've often thought of the Rustic Roads Program as a collection of museum pieces that are not only great to look at, but that must also continue to function in service of the transportation needs of the area. That is a challenging task and requires innovative thinking and sometimes compromise. Museum pieces that continue to be used experience wear and tear and must be maintained and repaired. And since the vehicles and equipment operated by the people that the roads serve has changed over the years, some changes required to keep the roads serviceable for the users are painful from a preservation perspective. And many rustic roads serve agricultural commerce including the movement of slow-moving and sometimes large agricultural equipment. So safety concerns such as speed controls have become increasingly important. There are costs associated with maintaining these roads in, quote, historic, unquote, condition, and generally programs that add costs should be desired and appreciated by the people who pay for them, namely the taxpayers. It's hard to put a dollar figure on the aesthetic value of keeping these roads rustic, but it's clear that a significant number of county residents appreciate the opportunity to travel these rural corridors, if only to get out of town for a while. In addition, there have always been opportunities to buy local at country farm markets, but the recent expansion of farm markets, wineries, breweries, and a host of agritourism venues has made the creators of the Rustic Roads program and the Agricultural Reserve look like absolute geniuses. Yes, there have been and will continue to be challenges associated with the increased commerce and traffic associated with it, but the ambiance created by rural and rustic settings is a key component to the success of novel types of agricultural enterprises that continue to expand in the western part of the county. And it is creating a situation where increasingly larger numbers of county residents, read taxpayers, are benefiting from the programs designed to keep part of Montgomery County rural and rustic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our last speaker is Quinnen Remain. I know I slaughtered that. From Cloverly Civic Association. If you could correct my mispronunciation of your name, that would be fine with me. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Quentin Remain. I'm with the Cloverly Civic Association. I live on Bryant's Nursery Road in Silver Spring, Maryland. Basically, I got involved in civic activities when I was asked to participate on the Cloverly as a on the Citizens Advisory Committee of the Cloverly Master Plan. And I think that it would be nice to have these plans go back to the kinds of procedures that existed back in 1997. But in 1997 is about the same time that the Rustic Roads program started, and our committee was asked to nominate some roads, probably one of the first advisory committees to nominate roads, and we nominated quite a few because we're quite proud of our roads. The roads in Cloverly, there are six roads, and two more have been suggested. Avoca Lane, Batson Road, Bryant's Nursery Road, Link Road, Johnson Road, Oak Hill Road, and Old Orchard Road. And we had nominated at that time Holly Grove Road and Orchard Lane. You find all those in the road profiles except for Orchard Lane. I didn't see that at all, so I don't know what happened to Orchard Lane, if that's still part of the package or not. It seems to be, but also Link Road is being nominated to be taken off the list. Part of Link Road is rustic in nature, as it overlooks farmland on the left side of the road as you drive into the road off Edner Lane. But on the right side, it's been developed with a lot of homes. So you can look at it both ways, which leads me to the, we support this program greatly, and there's a lot of people walking these roads. I went to check to find out how people on Link Road felt about it by just seeing who was using the road one afternoon. And I found in the bitter cold, there's several people walking the road, and I must report that none of them had any idea that Link Road was a rustic road, and that I know that's typical throughout all the rustic roads. It's a program that people don't know that they live on a rustic road, and I think having the stakeholders are first of all the people that live on the road. And they wonder sometimes why their road doesn't get as much support. And while there's not as much upkeep on their roads, and that's immediately they find out they're a rustic road and they say, oh, we're paying the price. Well, that shouldn't be. And we can't all go to the rustic road, advisory group and complain about it and have them process all of our complaints. I've talked to people on the rustic road committee. We try to handle as many of these as possible, but we find the same issues that they find. No one is concerned. The things that we have to put up with living on a rustic road, even though we're in a more suburban, rural area than the farm areas, which have their own issues. The stakeholders are not represented in this group by a long shot. There must be 5,000 or so stakeholders. I think that it would have been. I tried to find out what the rustic road activity that we're doing right now, the master plan update, what this had to do with, what you're going to do. And I started my campaign when the program was first going to be announced as on the agenda. I think it was March or April. And I continued my request in June. I was basically told there wasn't anything for citizens to see yet. Wait until something came out. Well, since then, the planning board was, all the members of the planning board resigned, and there was this one lone agenda item on the list. And I had no idea where the planning board was in being reconstituted. And so our group had about 2 weeks to respond to the fact that we were really on the agenda and they're really progressing on the agenda. But I think from the comments that everyone has made, there's a lot more that could have been added to this that wasn't added. And it seems to me to do a half-done job is not appropriate to the importance of rustic roads. And I think you've gotten a feel for how important they are from all the speakers that have spoken. And so I think it would have been helpful to notify at the beginning of this program, to notify all the people that were involved with living as stakeholders with rustic roads, and especially the people who lived on it. It's not that hard to send them all letters saying you're on a rustic road or a road that's proposed to be a rustic road. If you'd like to participate, here's how you can participate. And then take a special measure to keep those people informed of what's going on and what opportunities there were to speak at meetings. When I was on the advisory board for the Cloverleaf Civic Association, we weren't tasked with finding out every piece of information and taking pictures of the roads and doing all these things taking pictures in the county, finding all this information. This was all done by the planning activity in park and planning. And they gave us a stack of about 50 pages of reports every meeting for 3 years. And we went through those and learned more about our area and learned how we wanted our area to be portrayed. And one thing, we wanted our area to be rural. And when the Rustic Roads program was presented to us, we all jumped at it because we knew it was something that we wanted. Particularly as the 2 rustic roads have been added, involve Holly Grove community, which is Holly Grove Road and Orchard Lane. And they were very much involved in the early 1800s. Before the Civil War, people in this community were freed slaves by the Quakers and were given land by the Quakers to farm and to own and build homes on. And this is a terrific thing, of great meaning to the people that lived on that road. And I think that's a good reason right there for these people and to be included as a rustic road. It's not the most beautiful rustic road, but it's the most beautiful people that I can believe that I've ever seen. And they supported this, wanting to continue areas of Cloverleaf where the community was involved with rural issues. Many of them still ride horses just for the pleasure of riding horses in their community. And we've had to work hard to keep the community from being developed by developers. And so far, even the whole Cloverly area has been excluded from a lot of development with the Paint Branch Special Protection Area, the Duckett's watershed, and the area, Northwest Branch area, where there's rural RE2 zoning. All these were to preserve the rural community and the rural character of the Cloverly community. And these are where this is where all the rustic roads reside. And
If you
they're heavily used.
If you can conclude your remarks, please.
So I guess I would like to just say a big thank you to the people who've worked hard on the rustic roads. They've done more than what they needed to do. They need more support from the from planning in having representatives work with the issues of the committee, and it shouldn't be delegated to the committee. And also that all the stakeholders somehow need to be involved in this program. We can't get two weeks or even a month notice of what's going on and understand and participate in all these issues that have been brought up tonight. And I thank you for probably hosting the biggest stakeholders meeting we've ever had with rustic roads. And although it just represented leaders, I certainly think there's a lot more people out there who wanted to speak or even write letters. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And for those who still want to submit testimony, we've left the record open till December 9th, and then we'll discuss the issues raised tonight and those raised in that testimony on the first week in January. Commissioner Presley, did you come on to have a comment, or no? Your mic is off. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I said I just joined with a face for the discussion I know that will ensue.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank everybody for your testimony. It's a lot to digest. We are going to have our work cut out for us. I appreciate all the communities that came out tonight. I appreciate my colleagues listening to you tonight, and will consider your testimony. If there's nothing else, we'll conclude this evening and rejoin this issue in January. Please submit your testimony. Thank you. We are...
Mr. Chair. Sorry. I just wanted to ask, I mean, would it be possible when we rejoin to have some more information about just the equity of how roads are viewed? So I understand that there are some parameters that are different on rustic roads than other roads, but I know in the county we have people who do analyses of the different roads and what needs resurfacing and so forth. I would like to understand what the responsibility is of DOT and anyone else who would be involved in reviewing and reporting on these roads. I understand there's, obviously two different sides to what and how much should be done, but I would like to know for our next discussions what the plan is. Is there a routine evaluation? Are there standards by which they can act or not?
Oh, we'll certainly have DOT available at our work sessions.
Yep, that's a big topic. Okay. Yes, we'll talk about that for sure.
And certainly there are a whole number of recommendations in the plan going forward on responsibilities for maintenance and frequency and types of maintenance. So that'll be part of our discussion for sure. All right?
Great.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Good night.
Thank you.